I know that there's numerous different meetings that are going on right now collectively today, and I know we really want to touch base on some of these issues, and most importantly, we really want to make sure that the Navajo Nation Council, this particular the Speaker's office, was aware if there was any kind of pressing issues with our locals. Shelters nearby, and we really wanted to see if there was any requests on your behalf, especially due to the pandemic and what we were looking at on getting some of these funds identified from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. So, what we are having a work session today. I'm not too sure how many of my colleagues will be on the line today. They'll probably be in and out, but we just wanted to make sure we collectively get if there's of uh, any kind of presentations or anything. If there was any kind of documents that we need to make sure that we pushed and passed on to council in order for us to go ahead and make sure we're all on the same page. So without, let's go ahead and wait a couple more minutes. Time now is 10:06 a.m. Let me get a roll call going here in about 4 minutes at 10:10, and then we can go from there. So again, good morning to everyone out there. Yate, we are having a Navajo Nation Council special session, actually work session today, and we just wanted to make sure everyone was prepared and doing that. So let's go ahead and get a couple more minutes before we get a roll call going here. So again, good morning.
Doug, okay, calling in.
Thank you very much. I think I heard Honorable Elmer Brigay. Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigay, for calling in this morning, and thank you to everyone for being on the line here with us today. We are having an Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session via telecommunications. I'm here in Winter Rock, Arizona, the Navajo Nation. We'll go get started here. I know we're recording, so thank you all to the staff that's on the line. We are really going to be moving forward on a couple of new items. These are outside the Navajo Nation government, but we really wanted to make sure we heard the voices and the concerns from the local shelter. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. Today's date is Monday, June 28, 2021. Time now again is, it is now 10:12 a.m. So we'll go ahead and use that as official time to call the meeting to order. There is a work session agenda that was posted 24 hours in advance. And with that, moving on down, presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call this meeting to order. Next is roll call. Let me go ahead and get a roll call. Bobby, if you're on the line, or who might it be?
I'm here, Speaker.
Oh, good morning, Bobby. Floor is yours.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Brigay.
Elmer Brigade present.
Honorable Elmer Brigay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Brigay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Brigay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Brigay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Brigay. Honorable Paul Brigay. Honorable Paul Brigay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
For the record, this is Tisa Bernali, Delegate Cotty's LDA. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick
Delegate
Nez.
James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Oto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 7 members present, including yourself.
Good morning. Delegate is on the line too, for the record.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. 8 members present, including yourself.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Amber Keenan-Bakrati. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati answered. Roll call. 9 members present.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for being on the call this morning. We have 9 members present. Let's go ahead and move on down to roll call and then on to a invocation this morning. With that, on our invocation this morning, Vice Chair Walker, do you mind doing an invocation for us this morning? Vice Chair Walker, do you mind doing an invocation for us? I know our colleagues are going in and out, so on some of these calls. So maybe I could have Honorable Elmer Brigay. You mind doing an invocation for us? Honorable Elmer Brigay. Well, colleagues, do we have a volunteer who'd like to do an invocation this morning?
I can.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, if you'd like to do an invocation, we appreciate that.
Yes, Speaker, I can do the invocation.
All right, yeah.
Response on Ado Craigin Kayan Tiga Speaker. Amen. Yeah, Ado Donebenal Technically, yeah, Ado Inkik A Nathini Arnold. Assistant Dave Bashigi at Speaker's Office, OLS, our legal counsel, and all the departments who work for the whole Navajo Nation. Yad Ehpen Quegi, Hanaod, and Lenny Queshi Tadil Gandole, Shatha Shadi and Hihadishin Kodo Hanaod and the Kodosh, Adoshamano Hossa, Aquichin Kodon Car. So, Aquichin Kodon Kitten Edo Kodo Neo Nebehan, Hankaden E, Ado Kodon Hiajin Kachin Deni, Enkihetler, Bekodo, Aquichin Hodo. Eya, Nikita, the Yate, don't Chebenatiti. Kodoha, I think it's a hazard or less. Kodo. It's not Sisna Jenny double let hata digging the net adult on the sort of Adokodo Shada Archigo, 8 sorts of digging sorts of the other young Hejon dole, but under donkey tea dole, Kodon Kodozen. So Bana di Nini Hana dot Lado left trash the in Kodok Sabakan, Saba Ad Lini Kodo, and get not the hot loan dole left Kodo. Kodon can not the Hatkin dole left Kodo, the Hashine not the Hadok Arson the shit trash the in. Kodo Hashine lan Antkin Chibis, Allah Hashine lan Antkin Shin Kabita Sola. Question has job on sea case dole. Halet are best ones Anni Lenny Nate Nisto Nahita. Halet I Adokodo. Inkenant land Danny don't count at Danny. Georgie Biscuit Dale the Stoller. Kodo, yat Ehony Midget, not any cat or left the best ones, Antinan the sheet any Adokodo, namely hidden by 18, Lenny Adokodo. Ado Archigo, dog or sleep, other Kodon Jean Dollar, other dog or sleep in the Nan of Lini, Kodon command to share. No matter get change and Nalan Lin for the Benetly in Lin or less Kodo. Yat Eho Kodo, as can Lini other get bag just lending or less crash the in Kodo. Na yet Nizani Provision, other son at Lahio Gaista. Has A1 the in the neck Kodo, Mr. Hanoslo, Kodo Dish and Quaggy. Best behind another hill Quaggy, Sananit Leni Quaggy, Nanache Kodo. Which Kodo Abeni Soit Akodo, A Canon Shedella. Other Kodona Ho Costago. I think it's a Hajon or less, Kodon get zillion seat or less, not Unkin da Sotla, not Abba Hajoni, not Akewinson, A Kodon Kin da Sotland leader less at Hashadin. Other Kodoshaman Hossan Kodo, A. Which Kodo, that neat Indo Kodo. Na Ahanizen, Kodoshi, Aya Todazin, Kodoto the Hadazin, which are Kissibigate and then it limits Hadizin. 8 got Edo less Kodon, Giajin away no settling in Kodon Kondahula. Bedo Todazin, get undonated or less, it is Zadia that he needed or less. And get Todazin, Kahojon, Lin, Handated or less, Kodon Kazan, Handated or less at Hashadin. Kodojon in the Kodon. Non the Hindido less us for Kodonki A count the Belashla and Lane Hashine Lankodo, Ado Kodon lay the Hadok Ansel Lane, the other Hashine La other and Dad Mission, the other Bagarden that the other Banan Mission that they could job bad things indeed. They not stands and Kodo A and Kabish one London less. Kodo Shama Cotton Lane had Shama Nosa, couldn't get that no E, Ado Kodo. Son Kodonki A Benet Lindo less late order. The Latin that Kodona Nishikain that Joba Winson, other the last so than the other, non Nishade, other the Hobbit or Tragi Adi Kain that Kay. Other Saton could the Nehashin so, which in the Hinan Lekodawali at the Shin the Hastra, but the Hajobai, other Kodo, Sanki the Neba the Hajobao the Tino de Kale, Ego Benedli in Lindole. The best ones are unnitly, the never not kidney clinic, a Bened. Attrapenetni in Lindole, Khalid Akodo, Khalid Akodo, at Kadi Jahan Long by Yatki in the teaching Kodo Benya Hanane Jagish Trashin, Kodo, Nehe this thing Konas and Honishkish, Kodon Cabesist Oginada the in Lindole, Trashin, Kodo. Ado Nasa in the Kodo Jonki de Yoskat or less, Ado de Kate. Dibin Nature gave the face of Danote and Lenigi Hajo, Aban C. Case or not for Sada de Disney, Adosha, Nature Will and Hashine Landi, base of Chodon, base of Land, upon the Hajoya Chodil, is a zone hat abyss a lados less tragedy, indeed the con Hajoya did ask for Banzo at these case or Kodo Hajo, as Kadi, Jahan Lane Zagon Zaha Case and Lenny, Nadine, Sladin, Asan. Na di nachja agent sa case of the Kodo Aya Kodo a could a bed listen the good as cardi just a trash in Kodo Hajon do left Kodo Jonasly speaker.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, and thank you very much, everyone that's on the line again. And thank you much, Honorable Brown, for busting the day and most importantly, busting what we're going to be discussing here today. So yeah, with that, let's go ahead and continue on down. I know that we do have a number of our representatives that we might be listening to here today. So let's go ahead and get them on the floor here. But at this time, before we go into the presentations, are there any recognitions this morning, colleagues of guests or visiting officials to the Navajo Nation?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Shehat Shehash for your prayer. I'd just like to recognize Utah Navajo Health Services Advocacy Program. They are receiving the FBI Director's Community Leadership Award this July 14th out at Montezuma Creek. And just really recognizing how their advocates have been able to provide victim services to their communities, partnering with the Shiprock Service Unit for Police Department, and now helping establish additional victim services across Navajo Nation. And we'll be partnering with them to develop a child advocacy center. And Child Haven, based out of Farmington, was just awarded a federal grant to provide support to the Navajo Nation to develop a child advocacy center. So I'd just like to recognize their accomplishments, thank the CEO, their staff, and the board for their continued support when it comes to victim services. Thank you, Speaker.
Great. That's good information, and congratulations to that organization there in Utah, and for their efforts in moving forward, especially with getting that recognition nationally. So again, great recognition this morning. Any other recognitions? If there's not, let's go ahead and continue on down then, colleagues. We do have our work session, and again, as indicated earlier in the discussion item, these are continued work sessions that we're hearing from not only the Navajo Nation government, the enterprises, and then also our non-governmental operations that do get some funding, whether they get funding from the nation or a partner with the nation, or just third parties that might need assistance from the federal government or outside donors. Today, we're going to still continue the operation discussion about the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. But we really wanted to hear, I know that we here at the Speaker's office, we were getting recommendations, and one of the recommendations was to hear from our domestic violence shelters that help our communities out there, and hear if there was any further requests from our local shelters, not only in pre-pandemic, there was issues with some of our shelters having services, but more of us helping assist along the way to see how we can go ahead and move to help our people more. I know that in doing this, there's been many action response initiatives throughout numerous communities, and we really want to thank these organizations who have helped, not just for domestic violence issues, but just for their shelter situations. So we thank them for their services, but most importantly, we're here to see if there's anything a nation can help assist at this time in the overall, growth in order to help our Navajo people continue moving forward. So we will hear today, we did send out invitations to Shiprock Northern Tree House Shelter, the Family Crisis Center, the Battered Family Center, Roberta's Place, Tahona Izzy Shelter, Moda Chine shelter too as well. There might be others that we did receive or we did send out initial representation to or invites, but we did not get any kind of response back from them. But we just want to make sure that we put on the ones that did have a formal response. So with that, moving on down, I don't want to take too much further time, but we want to give some time over to these organizations to see if there's anything. Mr. Rico, at this time, was there any documents that were forwarded over to your office or Ms. Yazi?
Good morning, Speaker. The only document that I received was from the Gallup Battered Family Services, and I did send those out. There was 2 emails. One email was a presentation. The other email is an additional document that they wanted distributed to the council delegates. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, that was a initial presentation that was sent out. So, but without further ado, let me just turn the floor over at this time to the Shiprock Northern Tree House Shelter. You might have to press *6 on your phone.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Northern Treehouse Shelter. My name is Trudy Sosi. Ose Tachini Bashichi, Kitachini Dashiche, don't mind is giving the Chanela. I am from the Shiprock area, and I am the principal victim witness advocate for the Northern Treehouse Shelter. We are under the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, under the Department of Family Services. So that's where we're umbrella under. And I want to go ahead and take a little time to kind of briefly tell you about our shelter. We are the first shelter operated by the Navajo Nation, and we provide the safety shelter part here in Shiprock area. We provide the crisis intervention, safety planning, court support. We also do transportation. If our shelter's full, we'll place our shelter with the other shelter in the surrounding areas. So I collaborate a lot with like Farmington, Kayenta, Gallup, Cortez shelter. So I kind of make sure that our clients are safe and transported. I do the supervision here for the Northern Agency. I supervise the shelter staff. I have a maintenance worker. I have a office assistant that I oversee. We do have a crisis line that's operated 24/7, and we man the phone with our trained victim advocates. Our services are 24/7, and we've been existent since May of 2018. Our shelter's been operating. And we do have community involvement specialists under our program that are in the other areas, and they promote our program services. And we have victim advocates in other areas that assist with victim services as well. And that's a little overview about our shelter here. We do have a 5-bedroom shelter. Our shelter is not very, isn't a big shelter, but we have a 5-bedroom. We can house up to 16 people. We do have vehicles here that we utilize for relays, crisis. We work directly with the agencies here, PD, the hospital, even other shelters. If they need assistance with placing a client, we'll assist in those areas. But our team is doing the best we can here. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to talk. As far as your invitation and the questions being asked, I can go ahead and continue to answer those for you. Just to make it a note that we did not get any American Rescue funds, and I'm glad that this is a discussion because It's really important that, the money's there and it'll be utilized in the best way it can be. While the first question, one of the main existing planning that we have and we're currently working on is renewing our lease in the Shiprock area for our shelter. We currently have a lease with NHA Housing, and that's going to expire at the end of December. So it's in the process of being renewed for another 3 years. So I think that's one of the priorities that is needed to be addressed, so we can continue to provide services to victims of not just domestic violence, but sexual assault, human trafficking, teen dating, and family violence. So we help, different victims of different violence. I think that's one of our main priorities is extending our lease for at least another 3 years and continue to go with that. And the next one is our expenditure plans. For number one, we want to expend all our grants. We are 638 funded for our shelter here in Shiprock. So our funds, they can roll over if it's not spent, and mainly that's for our shelter services. And the money there is needed for the family needs, but like transportation, gas, insurance in those areas, food, and other purchases like hygienes and stuff. So we utilize those funds in those areas. And personnel, hiring our shelter advocates, just paying for the advertisement, the hiring process. So those funds are utilized in those areas for our 638 funds. We do have the FITSFA, but the shelter isn't under the FITSFA. Those are distributed to the other shelters in the areas. In our unmet needs, currently, we don't have any because due to the community being so generous and supportive of our shelter here, they've been giving us PPEs. Our chapter house and Shiprock's been really good to us. Our local IHS, they've been checking on us, and we get food, we get water here. They make sure that, if we need something, it's met. They'll bring by, for instance, lice treatment. If we don't have it, they'll bring by detergent. Just keep us going. That's really generous. And our coalition with New Mexico is another supportive agency that supports us and giving us things that we need for our shelter to continue to run 24/7. And then the fourth one, systematic issues. I think one big thing is our purchase order. I know the nation is really, there's delays in certain departments. There's a lengthy process. And sometimes our purchase orders get denied. They're not acted on right away. But, as a shelter, we just have to continue to submit and work with our department and just do follow-ups. But I think that's one of our major issue is our purchase orders going through the process. But any other recommendations? I don't have any other recommendations, just that our shelter, it's a priority to keep it going 24/7. Services must go on. Dealing with victims, we need to continue to stay operating. And I just want to say thank you and for supporting our shelter and keeping us going in a good way. And that's my presentation, Honorable Seth Damon. Hello?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
For that presentation there. And thank you for being a part of the discussion here today too as well. With that, colleagues, is there any comments or questions for the organization Shiprock Northern Treehouse Shelter?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So I did hear from the report that the capacity is it five individuals with the capacity? That's a concern in terms of the need. And we have been trying to work with NHA to finalize the shelter, the 5 Hogans that have had some challenges in the past with their construction. Is there any update or word from NHA? They received ARPA funding, and I did hear on the radio they're providing emergency rental. Is there any way conversations have happened to expand services like emergency shelter to individuals? My concern is in looking at the data and the type of crime that's happening here on Navajo Nation. It doesn't appear that we're meeting the needs, and so I appreciate everyone being on the call, but we still have challenges with victims of crime who need to be somewhere safe and be able to recover. And can you explain a little bit more in terms of the wraparound service? So while they're at the shelter, the immediate need is met to be safe. Is there any connection with behavioral health or wraparound services, transitional housing that help these families thrive and be, because breaking the cycle of violence, it takes about 7 to 8 times to leave your abuser because of gaslighting, because of codependency. You know, there may be mental health issues, there's financial issues. And so I'd like to learn a little bit more too about the wraparound services. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any more further comments or questions at this time? Before I turn it back over to the presenter.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes, Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you to the presenter. I appreciated the information. I know previously, specifically, the Twitter shelter, the Kayenta shelter, when I visit them, there has been issues with some of their grants are different timelines, and that causes some issues. So how is your work with our controller's office and OMB receiving these, some of the federal dollars? I know that when it's filtered through Navajo Nation that there is a huge gap, and I've heard before the centers only have about a couple months to use the funds, and this caused a lot of furloughs or people leaving their job, their posts. And I know during the pandemic, and the other thing is if you could clarify, during the pandemic and that the shelters did remain open, how did they do? I know that they did not have all the funding, and did they, I think you said that in none of the shelters received any type of CARES Act assistance, any type of funding from, and are you going to apply for the ARPA funds for any type of assistance? I know that your staff, the advocates, did not stop working. I believe that you would be essential workers providing essential services, to our people. So how did that pan out? And what type of help would you need to move forward to ensure that? And I think you tried your best to get the sanitizers, the plexiglass. I know that in Kayenta, they had no choice but to house some individuals on top of the pandemic. They, with domestic violence, they also tested positive. So it was, multiple ways that our people are being hurt with domestic violence mentally, and then also just the whole pandemic has been really taxing on not just our people who are seeking services, but to the advocates and to the program as a whole. So the biggest thing is the funding part. How is that working right now? What would be ideal for your funding to come to the program for these very critical, essential services to our people who need them? Those are all my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go back to Ms. Trudy for response.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, thank you for the questions, Delegate Crotty and Delegate Brown. On the first one, Ms. Crotty, we are a 5-bedroom shelter, so we can house up to 16 individuals. And they can stay up to 45 days, but there's always an extension that is possible. What I do is that once they come in, I plan with them. I give them an intervention plan. I want them to set some goals that they want to accomplish while they're here. And it'll be housing, it'll be counseling, it'll be financial assistance, it'll be, just in those different areas. So what we do as advocates that we do work around, collaborate with our local DBHS, Department of Behavioral Health here, for like alcohol, drug abuse. We do work with the local counseling, the IHS, and not counseling. We do refer them that way. We work with the Navajo Nation, the Family and Children Counseling Center here in Shiprock for our children and our moms if they want to be seen as a whole. They're really good at coming to the shelter and seeing our clients. And we'll work with like the food stamp office in Farmington, the local self-reliance for financial, and we'll work with the local housing. So those are the networks that we do. We also work with our local courts to get an emergency protection order in for our clients, and we'll work with retrieving kids, even the CPS and APS workers here with the Department of Family Services. If there is a case that they have, we work well with the caseworkers. So we kind of collaborate every day as far as wraparound services. And sometimes we do get clients from like on the other side of Navajo, Dalcon and those areas. So the same way we'll work with the agencies in those areas. But when our shelter is full, because we do have the crisis line, and if they want shelter placement and we don't have room availability here, we'll go ahead and work with our shelters in the area, Farmington or Kianta, and if they have vacancy, we'll arrange a relay to take them over. And we'll continue to follow up, and if they need extra assistance, then we're there, we're available to help them in those areas. And the second question with the pandemic, I want to go ahead and defer that to my supervisor, Ms. Regina Yazzie, for clarification on the ARPA funding and grants. Regina?
Ms. Regina, you might have to press *6.
Yes, I unmuted myself. Thank you. I was talking. This is Regina Yazzie. I am the department manager for Department of Family Service. Thank you for this opportunity for this brief presentation that we've done and that Trudy has been able to provide. So regarding Delegate Brown's question about additional funding, let me just clarify. The Department of Family Service did not receive any ARPA funding related to domestic violence shelters. We did receive CARES funding for through the Family Violence Prevention Services grant. That's with the federal grant, FIPSA. And we did receive CARES funding there that we are currently working with our Department of Justice and distributing those funds to the shelters. To the at least 4 of the shelters will be receiving the additional funding. And we've been coordinating with them and also with our DOJ and getting the contracts amended and getting that through so the funding can come through to them. So that's the additional funding that we received. Other than that, that's my response to funding. I think I answered that question. Chair Seth Damon, thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. So with that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Are there any other further comments or questions at this time? Ms. Nezwa-Gishi, I see you raising your hand. You probably have to press *6.
Thank you.
There you go.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and members of the 24th Nomination Council, my colleagues, as well as the shelters on the line. For additional clarification, Trudy had responded to a question regarding purchase order delays, which does impact the services that they're providing on an immediate daily basis. There has been requests by Division of Social Services to have an additional P card, operational P card for the shelter so they can make immediate purchases. Due to our own internal finance, we're informed only 1 P card per department. And so that's at the department level. So we will continue to work on trying to advocate for exceptions so that when Ms. Trudy Zosi has immediate need, she doesn't have to wait for purchase orders to be coming through. And again, it's not to bypass any procurement regulations. As Ms. Zosi had mentioned, they are open 24/7. And so they won't have immediate need. Regards to Honorable Delegate Crotty's question with the 5 Hogan DV shelter through NHA, those discussions have not been restarted as well. So Delegate Crotty, I will have a team member begin those discussions with NHA. I believe prior to the pandemic, there was some discussions and that went to the side. So we will begin those discussions. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, thank you for the questions. There was a comment regarding problems with OOC, delayed funding. And so we did remedy that situation with this year's contract, which started October 1st, 2020. We did have the contracts in place and signed by the President's office before October 30, 2020. So that's an area that we did have to rectify. Unfortunately, there was delayed processing of getting a contract number until January 2021. So we're hoping that we can improve that communication with Office of the Controller and OMB. I know that they were working on rotating schedules as well. So we are continuing to look at improving that process. As Ms. Regina Yazzie, the department manager, had reported, the question was, Delegate Brown, if we received any CARES Act funding. And so, yes, we did receive CARES Act funding from the Family Violence Grant, and we had received $548,046. And so because that was a new funding source with Family Violence Grant CARES Act funding, we had to go through a new process because it had to be established as a new contract number. So we did have 7 contracts established with the Family Violence Grant CARES Act funding, that $548,000. And so just an update with Alice's Place, that contract has completed, and it's at OOC waiting a contract assignment number, as well as the shelter in Chinle, that's at OOC awaiting the contract number. Family Crisis Center, that contract is at OOC as well. And then Northland Family Help Center is at OOC. So those are just pending contract assignment numbers, and then those additional funding will be distributed. For Northland Family Center, Family Crisis Center, and the facility in Chinle, those will be receiving all an additional $86,412. Again, these fundings have to be expended by September 30, 2021. So our hopes is that the contract number is assigned quickly so that those shelters can have those additional funding. There's also Battered Family Services that was picked up from Office of the President or Vice President, and they'll be taken to OOC today so we can get a contract number for that, and that amount was $86,412. We do have 2 shelter that we have contracts with. Those are still pending review from DOJ. That is the Navajo United Methodist Center as well as the Kayenta shelter. Those are waiting certificate of good standing. And so when we collaborate with business regulatory, they require certain documentations for the shelters to receive a certificate of good standing. Just an example, they're required to submit annual reports, their financial statements. So we're still having those 2 shelters work with business regulatory so they can obtain their certificate of good standing. Once that is received, DOJ will return the documents to us and we will begin that review process. So that's an update in regards to the CARES Act funding, Delegate Brown. And also, we have been realigning our services with our regular family violence grant. And so we are currently working with 5 shelters to receive additional funding. And so we have that going through the review process as well. It is going to amend the current contract. This is not CARES Act funding, it's our internal family violence grant funds. And so we will see the facility in Chinle, Family Crisis Center, Kayenta, Battered Families, Roberta's Place. I'm sorry, let me step back. I don't want to misspeak. But they will be receiving additional funding. Alice's Place, Family Crisis Center, Navajo United Methodist Center, and Northland Family Help Center, and Battered Families. And so what we're doing is redistributing additional funds because they have expended or going to expend the allocated funds that they had received. One example is Navajo United Methodist. They were given their amount of $95,000 and they expended those funds all in the first quarter. And that's where we're looking at putting additional funds for them for additional bed nights. Same with Northland Family Help Center. They did expend the allocation in January 2021. The Family Crisis Center had expended their funds in April 2021. And so as those facilities are expending their funds based on the population that they have served, that's where they're running into an area that they're needing additional funding. So we are working with that. We did have a meeting with Department of Justice, LaTanya Johnson, on the contract modifications. So we will be moving forward with that. And so Speaker Damon, I just want to give you additional update from the Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ezogishi. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other further comments or questions for Shiprock Northern Treehouse Shelter, Ms. Trudy and her team, or to Ms. Ezogishi? If there's none, thank you very much. And I will have most likely Mr. Mr. Tommy Sosi from the Speaker's office reach out if there's any further clarity, Ms. Trudy, in order for us to, we'll probably look into that and making sure not only one, if there's any assistance on the procurement process, there's assistance that can be helped through that, but most importantly, trying to, as Madam Chair Amber Crotty indicated, the initiative to get that those contracts through in order for NHA to execute them in a timely manner. We can continue to work down that effort. So again, thank you. Moving on down, let's go on to the Family Crisis Center.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and council delegates. My name is Opal Cole, and I'd like to spell that for you. It's O-P-A-L, and my last name is Cole, C-O-L-E. Just to correct your agenda. I'd like to thank you for inviting Family Crisis Center to participate in this meeting. Just to give you a little bit of information about the Family Crisis Center, we are located in Farmington. We have been in the community for over 43 years. And we do have Marge's Place, which is our shelter. That shelter houses anywhere from 63 to 72. We have our stay is up to 90 days, and we do expand that if a client needs it. We are a facility with 14 bedrooms. In addition to providing shelter, we also provide counseling services, individual groups, as well as services for those who batter. So we have a 52-week program for batterers. In terms of numbers, this past year we served 205 in shelter. That included 65 children, with a percentage of 75 in terms of Navajo or Native clients. Overall, Family Crisis Center has been working. I've been here 19 years, and during that period of time, we've worked with the Department of Social Services and received funding through social services. One of the things I would like to see this year, and I would hope from social services with our upcoming contracts, is that services would be expanded from the perspective of right now, social services covers bed nights. And the rest of, when you talk about some of the wraparound services that Council Delegate Crotty mentioned, those services are not covered under our current contract. And so I would just like to put that out there, that it would be helpful for us, and I would suspect the other programs, to have the ability to bill Navajo Nation for groups, for individual counseling services. In terms of COVID funding, yes, we are working with Navajo Nation on getting some of the CARES Act funding through social services. In terms of overall needs from this current pot of money, we would like to be able to help our clients more as it relates to employment. Right now, we have clients who are self-employed. Oftentimes, they don't, when they come into shelter, they don't have their tools and things like that they would need to make their jewelry or to weave or whatever the case might be. And so one of the things we would like to be able to do is to expand and provide a resource center so that residents as well as clients generally would have a place to learn about being self-employed, as well as somewhere where they would be able to have tools to do their self-employment. Overall, the other issue that we have sometimes is transportation, getting clients from one place to the other. So another need that we would have right now would be to replace a couple of our vehicles, which are in deteriorating condition. And besides that, I'm just going to stop right now and see if anyone has questions for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cole. That, colleagues, are there any questions for Ms. Cole and the Family Crisis Center out of Farmington?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I think in chairing the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, we have received a recommendation for the restart of the Navajo Nation Domestic Violence Task Force, where as a committee and staff, we don't have all of the information on who comprised of this task force. But I think when it comes to domestic violence shelters and understanding the nuance of crime and victimization on the nation, it's when you think about it in your head, you most assume it's a woman, and it's possibly a woman with children. But we also have men who are abused, elders who are abused, and our relatives who have challenges, maybe developmental or physical delays. And I think, Speaker, from this conversation, as we look to what are areas where we could have more collaboration, and as delegates, we carry a huge caseload in terms of our community members. But if Mr. Tommy Sosi can help this committee in researching who were comprised of the domestic violence task force, I always think, and in my experience, it always comes down to communication and collaboration. And that takes work, that takes energy, that takes resources. So going back to the question, I think I would want to ask Ms. Cole, when you mentioned funding for counseling, we do, and depending on the service unit, there needs to be an IHS referral, and I'm not sure to cover that cost is what I'm saying, because I did hear the suggestion to charge or to bill the nation. I don't know if Ms. Neswood Gishi is still on the line, and if that has been brought up. I know when we talk about our inmates in detention centers, it's a challenge for IHS to go and provide services. And so I want to just understand if that's been addressed, or if that is something that we should consider as a council when we're allocating ARPA funding for Navajo Department of Health. And maybe there's areas where we need to do pilot projects to provide those services. When you have trauma, and we all have had trauma, but when you are going through this traumatic phase, especially when you're
Yeah.
codependent and not have that support like counseling, maybe group therapy, maybe mentorship, it's unfortunately then that's where we'll see the individuals go back to the perpetrator because they need, you know, either that financial security, but both of those individuals should be in some kind of counseling so that they can deal with their trauma. And I think that's when it goes back to how do we become a trauma-informed nation. So I just wanted to ask if what's the coordination, if the Speaker's office can help us understand if we could reestablish the Domestic Violence Task Force, and how ARPA can help either, whether it's social services or the Department of Health, when it comes to counseling and the needs that we see out there for our victims of crime. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we can reach out to not only to Ms. Nezra-Gishi and to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and also to Dr. Jill Jim and her group, and even to Ms. Fowler to understand and then start putting that together. And I do, we can only go so far, but we need the executive branch assistance on that portion. So, Mr. Sosi, that's something we're going to be talking about after this with Chief of Staff in order for us to go ahead and bring that back together. So I have no problem tasking the staff to work on that, Madam Chair. So we can start doing that. But at this time, is there any other further questions for Ms. Cole from the Family Crisis Center, colleagues? If there's none, thank you very much, Ms. Cole, for being here with us today, and thank you very much for presenting. We will reach back out to you as we know there's a contact now, and if there's any services or anything that the nation's going to be looking forward to allocate towards any of the shelters, we definitely will be in contact with you. So thank you again.
I appreciate your time.
All right, appreciate that. With that, moving on down to item number C, the organization Battered Family Service Center. Is there anybody on the line?
Yes, good morning. My name is Emily Ellison. I'm with Battered Family Services in Gallup. National I'm from the Jajilka community and Manuelito community. Thank you for the council members who are here to hear our issues and requests that we'd like to make. I'm going to start with a brief summary of Battered Family Services. So Battered Family Services was created in 1979, and we've been providing services since that time. In 1981, we received our tax exemption with the IRS. Provide all general survivor services, which is all wraparound services in our area. Currently, we're sheltering 26 individuals. That's 11 adults and 16 children. Generally, the sheltering that we provide, a majority of the children are under the age of 15. During the COVID pandemic, we remained fully operational during the entire time. We did not close at all, and our services continued. They did change in structure and with delivery, and we relied a little bit more on telephones and the internet. We have 16 employees currently, and our budget is in excess of $1 million at this point. We have a budget. We have a shelter that has 6 rooms. And generally, with what COVID showed us, is that in these rooms, they're between 11 by 13 foot, and putting a family unit in there is just not humane. And so we're working on expanding our building and our availability to house people. And so that's our biggest request, is to build an infrastructure and a shelter that would meet the demands of our services. We're looking to build a 16-room shelter here in the Gallup area. The programs that we have a batterers intervention program, and as Ms. Cole from Farmington mentioned, it would be great to have some financial support from the nation. Right now, our sole funder for the batterers intervention program is New Mexico CYFD, and if we're able to augment that, we can turn that into a full-blown program. That would go to the preventative services in domestic violence. And working with perpetrators of violence, what we normally find is that they themselves have experienced violence either in childhood or they were witnesses of it. Other programs that we have are the Children Capacity Building Project. For that program, we have a social worker on staff and a counselor who has counseling licenses. We also have supportive housing, and that's actually an interesting program. So we provide emergency assistance for rental, emergency assistance, food assistance, transportation assistance. We also have a legal advocacy program. Our legal advocate has worked with the courts in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Navajo Nation, Zuni, and with RAMA. We've also worked with the FBI in terms of housing the individual as they await their court hearings. New programs that we're working on, we're going to be working on a scholarship, and we're hoping to roll that out in August of this year. We will also work on the ability to provide financial assistance to other DV shelters in our agency or in our area. The needs that we do have, again, we need a shelter building that can house 16 families on average. We can go from 16 to 26 families in a week's time. Currently, we're housing our clients in local hotels in the Gallup area, and even those have limitations, especially when it comes to the children needing legroom. We do have a building, so the requests that we have for the council is the shelter that we're proposing is going to cost between $3 to $5 million, and so far the state of New Mexico has allocated $1.568 million to that project. And we've also had 6 acres of land donated to us by Western New Mexico University Foundation. We're also working with 2 architect firms that are designing and have experience in designing trauma-informed facilities. We do have the capacity to have a transitional housing program here. However, the building does need a new roof and mold remediation. For that project, the state of New Mexico has already allocated $90,000. And so assistance in being able to remediate those buildings would allow us to house 7 families for a duration of 2 years or longer if needed. We all know that housing is a huge issue in our region. So you can learn more information on that on the press release that is attached. So at this point, I'd like to either take some questions or allow Mass Design to do a short presentation for the council.
Ms. Ellison, the floor is yours, so you can continue on with your presentation.
Ms. Geraldine Blackcoat and Joseph Kunkel, are you on the line?
Good morning, Speaker. This is Geraldine Blackcoat. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning.
I'll go ahead and start to introduce myself, and then I'll pass it on to Joseph. It's Eabena, Speaker and Council. She'e Geraldine Blackcoat, Yenishia. Twitter cheatney initially. Nanish Eja Touchini Bushes Chin. Tabaha Ada Shache, do the best in Ada Shanala. My background is in architecture, and I work for Mass Design Group. We're a nonprofit design firm, and I'm originally from Hauk and based out of Albuquerque now. So ahiha, and I'm going to pass it on to Joseph. Joseph, you have to push *6 if you're not sure.
I think that works this time. Sorry. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council delegates. This is Joseph Kunkel speaking. And as Geraldine shared with you, thank you for the opportunity to kind of speak with you all this morning and kind of share a little bit about Mass Design Group and the work that we've been working with Emily and Better Family Services. I think to kind of just get a broad kind of stroke of understanding what we do. So I'm a principal at Mass Design Group. I lead the Sustainable Native Communities Design Lab, which is an organization within Mass that really focuses on supporting tribal communities within the built environment. So as we shared, we're a nonprofit design firm. Our office here in New Mexico is based out of Santa Fe, and I think we're really focused on understanding how the built environment, how design, engineering, architecture can really kind of support the missions, and in this case, the mission of Better Family Services. I think there's an opportunity for us to kind of better understand how we can contribute our nonprofit services to Battered Family Services. We are in the middle of working on a very similar project in Montana with the Haven Shelter Group based in Bozeman, and it's currently planned to serve approximately 25 to 30 persons to kind of support at-risk women within the kind of Bozeman metro area, and thinking about this as a potential precedent for how the work that we're doing there could be a precedent for the work in Gallup, and just trying to understand how we could also support Emily in kind of leveraging the dollars that she has access to and the future dollars that she will have access to kind of bring this vision to fruition. I think as part of the attachments, you can kind of get a sense of some of the images within the presentation that we shared earlier on, the vision of Haven. And I think there is an opportunity for this vision to be a precedent for the work in Gallup. I think we have the capacity to support Emily and her team to bring this to fruition, and happy to answer any questions that the council delegates might have. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, or Emily, if you have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. That, Ms. Ellison, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes. So I just wanted to reiterate, on a monthly average, we shelter between 26 to 30 individuals, and that's the average that has been coming out for 2021. And on a monthly basis, that averages out to about 517 bed nights. And, our biggest obstacle in terms of delivering services to our clients, and 98% of them are Navajo, and we get a lot from Arizona region. We get a lot from, the eastern side and the northern areas here in New Mexico. And we just want to continue providing services and meet all the needs for these families to start their healing process. So that's the presentation that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to you and your presenters there. With that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. Are there any questions at this time? Ms. Ellison and her team members.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And so this is battered families wouldn't have this answer. So this is a question to council, my committee members on budget and finance. Last week, we received a draft copy of ARPA expenditure, the process. In that process, nonprofits were identified as eligible entities to receive ARPA, but the suggestion was for that funding to be administered by the respective division. My assumption is for most of the nonprofit providing direct services, they would be under executive departments. We all recognize, especially listening to the oversight reports, that there's some challenges in terms of the administration of dollars. And so, Speaker, I would want to know if there's any recommendations from battered families when it comes to, I always think if there's possibly a better way to manage dollars. We are working with Navajo United Way, which administers funding to nonprofits, or if there's other entities that battered families and the other shelters, nonprofits on the line that maybe can partner with. So, because I'm not exactly sure then what would be the capacity to administer these fundings. It's every year is a challenge to get these fundings out. Every year is a challenge to make sure that we're complying with policy procedures. And so I just wanted to know if there's a better way out there or other successful ways to make sure when we allocate funding for the domestic shelters, for victim services, that it actually goes out to direct services and there's not the delays. Speaker, so I wanted to know if, as a committee member on budget and finance, I want to make that recommendation. And so I'm looking to see if there's any solutions, or if my colleagues who, I know that Vice Chair Slater has spent a lot of time on this issue, and of course, health, education, human services oversight, if there's any recommendations from their committee. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. With that, colleagues, there was a question to you as council or members of the Naabik'íyáti committee have any recommendations?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Yes, Honorable Slater. What's yours?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty. I'll be happy to touch base with you offline. Took a spill on my mountain bike this weekend, and I can't really talk too well right now, but I'll connect with you later this week. Thank you.
Just as from what we've done in the past, not only working as the on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair, and the Budget and Finance Committee, and knowing how many nonprofits are utilized in trying to get funding, or even any outside external entities. Prior to the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan that was enacted back in 2016, the first round, I know that normally that the would also be going through if it was funded through the general funds, I just get as an example, there was funding that was always allocated to the Phoenix Indian Center and also to Little Folks Daycare. Those allocations that went to those organizations were always given on a grant basis, grant opportunity. There was no drawdown schedules for them. It seems like this drawdown schedule or this build up to a drawdown schedule wasn't created until the Department of Justice had to think of ways and ideas to really try to build out recommendations in order for us to pay out huge amounts of funding. When you're talking about Little Folks Daycare uh, and the Phoenix Indian Center, you're talking about no later than about $150,000. But when we started moving into these multi-million-dollar projects, when the PTF was first passed back in 2016, and then eventually the CSN package that was passed in 2017, and then some more allocations of funding that was passed in 2018, 2019, and then even moving into the 24th Nation Council. It seems like all the initiatives have been focused in on, okay, because of their big, huge allotments of funding that is going down to them, we need to build this out in order to make sure that the capacity level is ensured on their side, which is the external entity side, that they're able to build that accounting system as well as they can possibly do, due to the fact that this would be a grant or an initiative for them to go ahead and do it. But unfortunately, most organizations didn't have that capability. And that was the reason why the controller's office at that time, working together with Department of Justice, really tried to say, okay, now we need to have a drawdown schedule. And in this drawdown schedule, that's the easiest way in order for us to go ahead and have these opportunities in order for these organizations to get these funds. Now, when they built down those drawdown schedules, the reporting mechanisms weren't really collectively evaluated or developed. And that's the reason why we still have problems right now in the drawdown schedules in Honorable Slater's area, like Saley Wheat Fields or other organizations like Mini Farms. But there have been good drawdown schedules for organizations like Shanto organization. There's been good drawdown schedules that collectively that organizations within the executive branch have been really good at working together with these outside entities. Prime example, economic development. Economic development has been working really good and is saying, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to help these organizations out and be their lead agents. When we do that, we'll collectively work with them and we'll help train these organizations to have these reporting mechanisms. And this is what we'll do it. Blank slates, we'll work together with them. And I think that we can take a stance from possibly the economic development approach and really try to identify how they've been working on that in order to get that completed. But I think it really takes an initiative on an approach too as well to say what this Department of Justice is going to say or is allowable or disallowable on some of these things, especially if we're talking about ARPA funding. And even though that we know that nonprofits are available, I think in the nonprofits, us to really help assist them would really have to help to say, understand what are the real guidelines so that we're not getting these organizations hyped up, really getting them off the ground. Then at the end of the day, stating that they're not eligible. These things aren't eligible. Hype in case point when Baker Tilly indicated or the controller's office said notice to the chapters that said these things weren't eligible after the fact. So I think working together with Department of Justice and really trying to understand how economic development has really helped assist their lead agent as a lead agent in leading the responsible action and having a collective drawdown schedules and have the collective reporting, easy reporting mechanisms, not having these organizations have different kind of mechanisms for reporting these or initiatives back, or their progress reports back. I think is something that it can definitely be talked about, especially moving forward. Madam Chair and McCarty, that's just something I see, especially with some of these ridiculous amounts of documents that some of these lead agents are asking some of these organizations to have, which is irrelevant in order for them to even move forward. That, colleagues, there was a question to Navajo Nation Council or Naabik'íyáti committee members that are on the line about opportunities in order to help assist. Madam Chair, I don't know if there's any further follow-up that you want to do as well. I know working together with Honorable Slater, he's working tirelessly and tried to get some drawdown schedules currently right now for his effort in his community. But again, colleagues, we do have an open dialogue right now. We do have Batter Family Center out of Gallup, New Mexico, who serves not only Gallup, but surrounding areas, as Ms. Ellison did indicate, that even parts of Arizona, serving families out there. If you have any questions for her and her team members, they are on the line right now. Thank you.
Delegate Cotty. So for Chloe, if you do have any recommendations, budget and finance committee is going to take action on that process. I'm not sure, Speaker, what is the plan for this budget and finance as the only committee, because this is a whole process. But I would want to make sure that we do provide opportunities for nonprofits to that are able to provide direct services and meet the needs of people.
Madam Chair, McCarty, we lost you there.
Speaker, I was just saying, if my colleagues have any recommendations, just please email or let our budget and finance advisor, Peggy Nakai, know of your recommendations as we move forward with approving the guidelines for ARPA, or I believe it's called Navajo Relief Project, possibly. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Madam Chair, I guess my one question back to you, just for time-wise, is there a date scheduled that the Budget and Finance Committee is going to be working on that, or is that just something collectively you guys are asking the public or any input from not only the council but even executive at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. The next regularly scheduled Budget and Finance Committee meeting is Tuesday, July 6th at 10 o'clock. At our last meeting, and it's on public record, we did receive a copy of the proposed guidelines. And so I believe there was a few other delegates on the call, and we did ask to review, and we possibly might have this conversation at our I believe we have a special meeting tomorrow to go over some of the budget areas. So this, I just wanted to give you, that's the timeline in terms of how we're moving forward. We did decide at Budget and Finance not to add this process to the BIM. And so we're going to try to finalize the BIM, I believe, tomorrow. Thank you, Speaker. The BIM for community members is the budget instruction manual. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues. Again, right now we did hear from Better Family Services. Is there any further questions for them? I know that they did send out uh, have they sent over to the Naabik'íyáti committee a summary and a presentation, and we did send that out to you colleagues too as well. And thank you very much for that information, Ms. Ellison. If there's none, thank you very much, Ms. Ellison, for you and your team members being on the line and giving that presentation. Again, as a follow-up, there will probably be a follow-up just for the fact that you're one of the few organizations that has given a possible request to the nation in terms of ARPA funds and a formal written request. And that's something we'll probably look at and make sure that the committee takes that into consideration.
So much, Speaker. Again, to the delegates that are, have made the time in their schedule to hear us, it's greatly appreciated. And I hope you guys all have a good day.
Oh, you too as well. With that, colleagues, moving on down, item number D, we do have Roberta's Place Center on the agenda. Do we have anybody from Roberta's Place on the phone or on the line here? And remember, you might have to press *6.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, delegates. Thank you so much for having us on the phone today. I too will start with a brief history. I'm Jessica Cooper. I'm the director at Roberta's Place. We're located in Grants, New Mexico, which is about 60 miles west of Gallup. Our establishment began in about 1995, and we spun off of actually Battered Families at that time. Our shelter currently has 7 rooms and 19 beds. And over the past year, we have sheltered 65 men, women, and children, 52 of which are Navajo, 80% of our clientele this past year during the pandemic. Much like the sister agencies on the phone, we were able to, for the most part, successfully navigate the pandemic and remain 100% operational. While we did shift and do a lot of our services remotely, we still were able to keep our shelter up and running with alternative offsite properties and safe transitioning into shelter. Our agency also provides counseling. We have a DVOTI program, as well as the Children's Capacity Building Project, legal advocacy, counseling, all the wraparound services that our sister agencies have. What we would probably ask for, and with the short turnaround and notice, we also have not put together a formal written request, but could potentially get that together by the end of the week. We would ask for vehicles. We need vehicles pretty badly. We have 2 deteriorating vans from the late 90s that desperately need to be replaced. I would also say that something that we've noticed serving our clientele is that oftentimes we see our Navajo clients coming from multi-generational households, which require a different sort of housing arrangement than the community living options that we have at the shelter. And we would like to explore what those alternative housing options would look like or could be for our agency. I would also suggest some tech support. Most of our clients don't have smartphones, and it would be beneficial to go and pick up smartphones from Walmart and get a data card and a data plan for them so that they could access services safely and remotely. And with that, I open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cooper, for being here on the line with us. And thank you for taking some time to accept the invitation from the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee and for presenting before the committee here today. With that, colleagues on the line, is there any questions or comments for Ms. Cooper and her team members there at Roberta's Place out of Grants, New Mexico?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I keep trying to pause just to make sure if there's any other colleagues who have questions. If we could, I think in terms of the request regarding vehicles, Speaker, if you could give us guidance in terms of if at this point, I know there's 150 pages of eligible requirements. I think working, especially with the nonprofits who are, small but mighty, that we make sure that we give a high level summary in terms of how what's the ARPA eligibility for some of the requests, so that they're not spending a lot of time and energy on possibly requesting for support on areas that are not within the ARPA guidelines. I think what's important to note is, how they're like COVID related, or how these requests will assist with the recovery efforts. And I think that could be part of the nation's assistance to the nonprofits that provide this work, is giving them some high level guidance. And I think too, Speaker, I know that there's high level numbers that are being developed in how we support the different entities and requests. I'm not sure, Speaker, if your office has an idea of how much the council has expressed in supporting our domestic violence shelters, because that would give them an idea, or at least some guidance in what type of funding that they should request. I think vehicles meet the eligibility criteria. It's not exactly sure if OMB, our Office of the Controller, and DOJ will concur. So I think that's when we talk about our nonprofits, we should have some guidance for them. The other area, Speaker, is when we talk about reimbursable. So if there's been any Navajo Nation funding from the beginning of March that has been used, should we expect to reimburse ourselves from the ARPA funding? And a great question from Dr. Morris on our Facebook feed is, how are we going to sustain these projects and the opportunity to bill Medicaid, Medicare, or our insurance plans? I think I haven't heard from Navajo Nation Insurance if they provide services for individuals who are covered through HMA for this type of services. I do know they were providing like extended care for their health, and I think we can go back and ask the Insurance Commission what they provide for mental health. And I do know that they did have at one time someone who worked for them to help Navajo Nation employees with HMA on like some critical areas, like if they were having trouble or had substance abuse issues, if they were having violence in their homes, if they were having, suicidal ideation. This is a complex issue, Speaker. So I can, as long as you direct Mr. Sosi to follow up and to get these answers for us, I think that will be helpful as we move forward. And so just briefly then, can we allow for vehicles for transportation for the shelters? Is that eligible under ARPA? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, we will. And we'll follow up on that question. And as soon as Mrs. Cooper from Roberta's Place gets at that in a formal request, we will definitely dig down into the guidelines and see what we need to do in order to help assist. And as indicated, or as a recommendation, just to give an insight to what the request is for domestic violence shelters, Madam Chair. in a briefing, working together with the executive offices. I don't think that there was anything as a recommendation to give any funds to the domestic violence shelters. That's the reason why the Navajo Nation, I specifically made sure that we brought an invite to them so that we could understand, to hear what they had to say in order for them to, if there was anything that we needed to do in order for them to be at the table, in order for them to ask for anything that they needed at this time in order for them to be helped. As you know, Madam Chair, your efforts over the past couple of years, it has taught myself to make sure that we look to everyone, not just the internal organization methodology of this government, but to make sure that we're supporting the outside entities too as well that are helping assist our Navajo people. So I think it's at a forefront, and especially with the Honorable Slater's collective effort to as well, keeping up the discussion to say how much more are we going to still fund or help to assist our shelters that need assistance. That was another reason why we really, at the Speaker's office, tried to reach out to these organizations to get them to see if there was any requests that they had, and working together with them. As indicated, this is just something that's a beginning stepping stone, and as more individuals we reach out together and collectively work on this initiative, I think that's a possibility that it can become a reality in order for these organizations to get some relief funds. And if we're not looking at just ARPA funds, if there's other organizational dollars from the nation that needed to help assist our domestic violence shelters, well, I think this is an opportunity, a great opportunity to bringing this to the forefront in order for this to help transition and make sure that we're hearing from all entities that are serving the Navajo people. So I will make sure that Mr. Sosi gets on this, and making sure that we do have a follow-up as soon as Ms. Cooper gets that information over to our office. So thank you. Colleagues, is there any further comments or questions at this time for Ms. Cooper or Roberta's place there in Grants, New Mexico? If not, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Cooper. I know that maybe you want a final comment, but if you could just send that information over to us, we'd greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, chair members, so much for hearing us today. I would also just like to note, we've been working with the nation for over 10 years. This was the first year, the first RFP that we were not able to participate in. And because it was a 3-year contract, we won't be able to access the nation for a funder, one of our funders, for the next 3 years. So any support that we can get through you, through the ARPA, would be greatly beneficial for our agency. And thank you so much for your consideration today.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let's continue on down.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay, you have a question? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, Speaker, I have a hard time trying to get on the line, but thank you for the presentation. And my question is, I know that we're talking about shelter. I know that there's all the Southwest part of the reservation, which includes Dalcon, Tisto, and the Wells Waikon and Gracewood area. There's a lot of domestic violence, which usually occur when there's alcohol involved in it, and then some drugs that are involved in it. So I know that the young people right now, I'm not sure why, but a lot of them are not able to go to work. But I guess I could say that somehow they're making a living with bootlegging, and then also some drugs that are involved in it. So there's a lot going on, and I could say that there's some people that knows about it, where what goes on within their small community or their home sites. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of times they mention it and they reported it, but nothing really goes on. But all these later on domestic violence on, and so the only place that I know in Dalcon that does a shelter for families that are being abused, but I'm not sure if it's been being helped or assisted with. But I was wondering if there's any. We're looking at I know the ARPA fundings. I'm not sure, Speaker, who would be the person that would know that there's some ARPA fundings available within their social service. Is there any funds that are available? Like, I know that funds are being directed to federal funds, programs that are already given some federal funds that are eligible for funding for shelters. So I'm just wondering who would be the best person that would know about the federal fundings, besides the Navajo Nation, the one that the Navajo Nation is getting. Is there any other federal programs that are getting some fundings directly from the federal regarding the ARPA fundings? That's my first question. And then also, I think, Speaker, I need to go on the line to address this. I think we need to get some prosecutor on the line. So these are the same people that does that. That the family go through. So I'm not sure if these people that are the offenders are being prosecuted and what's going on. I think that's what the people are afraid to report on. I know that there'll be the offenders always on the street again or coming by the home again. So this one thing that I know that's the reason why people are not saying much about it. So, to address this, I think we need to involve others, the prosecutor, and then also maybe the court. Anyway, my question though.
Honorable Brigade, your first question. I mean, you could ask each one of the organizations if they're looking at applying for different funds for ARPA funding. I mean, I don't know if Shiprock, or that was a question I don't think that was asked of either Shiprock Northern Treehouse or Miss Cole at Family Crisis Center, or Miss Ellison at Battered Families, or Miss Cooper at Roberta's place, if they're looking at any other organizations, whether they be from the local municipalities or from the counties or even from the federal government, if they're applying for any kind of federal funding, it would be up to their individual organization to see if they're applying for those anywhere else. And I don't know if they're still all on the line, but that would be your first question. I think that would be directly asked to the organization. Your second question, Honorable Elmer Begay, about the prosecutors, that's something I think the prosecutors did bring up, that they needed additional funding when they did present before us back in early April. And that was something that was put together by public safety in their budget. And I know that they did do that presentation before. They're needing more individuals, but more, not only manpower, but they need more individuals out there. I don't remember the full details, but that budget has been presented to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee already, Honorable Elmer Begay. And that's something that I can have staff get those documents and forward them back over to you on what the amount of funding the Navajo Nation Prosecutor's Office is asking for. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Speaker, this is Emily with Battered Families. I can provide a short response.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Elsa.
In terms of some of the issues that we have in addressing domestic violence that occurs on the Navajo Nation, it's very difficult to get police reports to the point we don't get them at all in the end. And so it's hard to move forward with direct services and hold the offenders accountable if we're not able to access police reports, because we need those reports to apply for compensation with VAWA funds, which is the Victim Act against Women. And so there's a pot of money, but we're not able to access that because we're not getting a police report with the Navajo Police Department. It's extremely difficult. The other issue that we face is getting temporary restraining orders with the Navajo courts, whether it's in New Mexico or in Arizona. It's extremely difficult. There needs to be a smoother process. When we do requests for orders with the state of Arizona or New Mexico or the Zuni Pueblo, it's pretty easy and transparent. In terms of other available funding that we've identified to help with our shelter building issues is with the Navajo Nation Housing Authority. It's our understanding that they received in excess of $1 billion in funding, and that would be a source that we would be able to access. We've considered either using the Navajo Women's Commission. We've also went through the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. Those are potential funding sources. We are preparing to apply for VAWA grants in 2025, and those require having SAMS numbers, registration, our IRS tax exemption, and other federal requirements along with the annual audit. We do have benefactors out of the eastern part of the United States that do provide us substantial amounts of money. So that's allowed us to leverage our funds and apply for more grants, because one of the issues that we face is the reimbursement cycle, which Honorable Delegate Crotty has mentioned. So getting reimbursement from the tribe will go from 30 days to 365 days, and that puts our operations in jeopardy. And I do applaud the Social Services Division for making an effort to streamline that process, but it still needs more work. In terms of other foundations, we've worked with New Mexico Foundation, Cone Elma, Thornburg Foundation, and we've reached out to other nonprofit groups in our region to try to maximize all the funding that is available. Another thing that I wanted to touch on is homelessness. So in the Gallup area, a lot of individuals who are experiencing addiction are from, the outreaches of Arizona and New Mexico, so they don't have immediate family in the Gallup area or the surrounding communities. And so what we've been able to do is create a collaborative with the Hojo Center and with IHS and with the Nova 3, where Battered Families pays for the homeless person to stay in a hotel for a night. Of course, there are rules that are put in place, and when those rules are broken, the individual is let go. But that's one of the ways that we're trying to address the homelessness addiction process. And what we've learned is a lot of the families, the people that are providing funds for their families live in other areas. And so on the actual family home site, there's usually an elderly person with child or grandchild who does have addictions, and that's when violence does take place. And so there's definitely needs to be some sort of law put in place for individuals who have that kind of addiction. So that's just a small insight to what we're doing. Again, this project has just started since May, and we're doing the best that we can to collect data. Thank you for the time.
Speaker, this is Jessica Cooper with Roberta's Place. Could I piggyback on that?
Yes, Ms. Cooper, go ahead. Floor is yours.
So just like to note that I spoke earlier about 80% of our clientele are from the nation. Real quickly, while we were on the phone, while Honorable Begay was asking the question, I did a quick search. Only 35% of our offenders are Navajo. And I can speak to, we get 0 referrals from the Navajo Nation for offenders to comply or to come to our offender intervention program at all. And so all the things that Ms. Ellison was speaking of with the court system, with the restraining orders, it's all very difficult to navigate for a clientele. But I think my main point being that we're serving 80% of victims from the Navajo Nation and 35% of those offenders. And that's only because they've been caught on stateside, that there's been charges pressed, or they've gone through the judicial system over here. And I think that says something in and of itself. And as far as your question about where do we get our other funding from, and are we seeking other funding? Always. I would say any nonprofit, I could speak probably for all of us. That's what we're constantly looking for, new avenues and other venues to receive funding from, because all of the federal, state funds, they all have very specific requirements around it. So when we're talking about the ask that we're coming up with today, it's because we can't get funding for that just anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellison, Ms. Cooper, for those comments. Is there any further comments right now before I go on to the next organization?
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay, Elmer.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you for that, Speaker. Although the presenters too, thanks for your response. Very educational. I think, Speaker, when can we have a maybe more further discussion regarding the, like I said, that there's people that knows the offenders, that they're not being prosecuted that much. So I think how can we elaborate more or do the further discussion how we can help them out, because I know they're finding out that they get fundings according to their data and their statistics, or reimbursement too. So maybe how can we help them out? Maybe for further discussion, maybe they can give us a recommendation later on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Well, we can do that. I'm and it seems like there's questions that are alluding to that track too as well. So we'll reach out to Health Education Human Services Committee and try to set up a date in order for us to hear a report specifically on that and see if there's already recommendations, or maybe they're putting recommendations together on that leadership side there in order for us to be acting on a responsive, and then also getting the executive branch division directors involved too as well, and see what needs to be done, or if their organizational process is looking to as well in getting those things accomplished. So we can set that up on Gay. Mr. Sosi, if you taking notes, just know that's another task that we're gonna have to look at and trying to identify, and making sure we get that organizational meeting together with Health HESI first, and then recommendations from them, and then possibly the next would be the oversights of the, or actually not oversight, executive branch division directors. So with that, colleagues, if there's no other comments, questions.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. So, and I think this is important because as we look at the ARPA funding, it's not just going to be like maybe vehicles, but really looking internally to our systemic issues when it comes to violence, when it comes to domestic violence. Last year, the Budget and Finance Committee, we supported additional allocation of dollars to the Office of the Prosecutor, Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor, to get these cases prosecuted. They are, not only do they do not have the type of salary needed as in the legal field, but also their caseload is in the thousands. So we would need to also have the oversight of law and order be involved to have that discussion on how we support the prosecutor's office. We have supported Office of Victims Crime grant to the Office of the Prosecutor to establish additional victim advocates in the office. That was awarded back in 2019, and we're still working on trying to get that funding was compromised with these DOJ audits, and so we had to ask for an extension. So being on the calls with our federal partners, the executive team, and making sure this funding does not expire at the end of this year. And the reason why I'm saying this, Speaker, is because we have a systemic issue here. The nonprofits are providing a direct service, but as Navajo Nation government, how are we going to address this? And the other area that I wanted to mention when it comes to the prosecution is there's really no entity that are monitoring how many domestic violence calls are coming in, and then comparing that with what the courts are hearing, and then understanding how when these hearings are taking place and what's the outcome. We have domestic violence cases 2, 4, 6 years with continuance, and that's just the complex nature of these cases. And so I think that's why we need this council to give direction on how are we going to address this issue, because we have cycles of violence. We have children who are in the homes, and COVID exacerbated that. I know there was leadership mentioned this was a time for families to reconnect, but if you really talk to the advocates, you will hear that this was a time also where perpetrators basically kept their families in a hostage situation. And I think it's painful to hear this because of maybe our own experiences, but we have to develop a systematic way on how we are going to approach this and be accountable. Those families who have went to the police to get services, what's the enforcement? what is the court, and then what are the wraparound services. There's thousands of cases. Matter of fact, our judicial branch has, I think, 2 days out of the week are specifically for domestic violence cases. And so what is going to be our systemic approach as we deal with the ARPA funding and look at other, what's our capacity as a government? And that's why it's so important, I think, to partner with the nonprofits and other providers. And I think the tribal health organizations need to be involved in this, especially when there's crimes that inflict, personal attacks, and going to see how many of these cases then are referred to our federal partners. So this is a big task. It has taken years of coordination to try to get individuals to provide the data, and we're not really hearing a lot of data. So I would like to know too more about the data, how many individuals are being assisted annually, and if there's reoccurring clients, or do they follow up with their clients on are they succeeding, or are we setting them up for failure if they're not able to get the services that they need. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And taking notes of this information. As we move out of this pandemic, I know that we're trying to open up these initiatives to not only create what is needed for us to build out, not on what the federal government has given us right now as a one-time opportunity, but understanding too as well that the Navajo Nation prior to the pandemic had numerous different initiatives that needed to be enacted on, and working towards bettering the lives of our people, which includes changing laws and making sure there's appropriate funding to certain areas of interest that'll help us. I think this is something that is something we can start moving back towards too as well, especially right now as we are considering opening up the nation fully and really trying to identify what we need to do to get back to the normalcy, and really try to understand that this is something that was talked about prior to the pandemic, and it's something that we still need to continue to focus in on. So I have no problem working together on initiatives like this, and maybe this is something that we can need to do as a collectively, as a committee of the whole, in order for us to tackle these initiatives, especially if there's so many moving pieces that these different oversights carry, in order for us to go ahead and try to identify what we need to do to help mold a better judicial approach and mold a better executive assistant approach, and that'll be led through this body, the legislative branch, in order for us to enact those initiatives. So thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem working together with your or with you and with the rest of our colleagues to make sure we can do this together. So with that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time before I go to the next organization? With that, if not, let me go to see if there's anybody on from Telecommunications.
Yat Eslin Anne.
Oh,
Rasidot Aish.
yes. You're loud and clear.
Okay. Agoshila Yat She Carmelia Blackwater Hunshia. Todaneshe Committee Against Family Abuse Incorporated. Banashnish. Ado were sometimes called Todaneshe Shelter Home. Ado Hot we're doing business under that name. Ado Anos Toyate. Ado Honorable Speaker, Council Delegates, Committee Members, Staff, and Relatives, Yate, Aro, Torineshek Committee Against Family Abuse, or Takatikapa Dabadinise. They've been in business for over 39 years. It was established in Kayenta in 1982. In shelter, we had 45 beds prior to the pandemic. Because of social distancing and other CDC guidelines, we only have 25 beds available. We are a staff of 10. We have 2 administrative staff. We have 4 advocates, 3 shelter aides, and 1 part-time maintenance. Although we never shut down, even though a lot of the offices and governmental entities, they closed and they need nisho. The net of the sickness with COVID. We had several families that recovered at our shelter. Although we have a 24-hour hotline, and we do direct services, we provide beds, we provide meals, and we do gift packs of toiletries, snacks, and things for them to do. The 2 questions, if we are on the Navajo Nation needs and priorities. Question 1 and 2, I'll just kind of leave that for later because I just want to get to the meat of the meeting. Just jump right in and go to 3 unmet needs. We learned a lot of stuff during the COVID-19 response that we had. There's a lot of lessons that we dealt with, that we learned from. The first thing is that governmental entities can only do so much. What really helped in the COVID-19 pandemic was the nonprofits, all the organizations that popped up and brought food, supplies, sanitary supplies to all of us across the Navajo Nation. For the government, on the budget, we had boots on the ground that were already giving out food and all of that. And so kudos to everybody that stepped up and helped. Out of these domestic violence, the domestic violence shelters that never closed, and when you think about it and you compare it, you think about having a physical wound. Somebody is hurt. You take them to the emergency room and you provide that help in healing somebody. Domestic violence shelters, men, women, children, LGBTQ relatives, they're wounded, they're physically assaulted, they're domestic violence shelters. That's what we're there for, to take them in and give them time to heal and give them the support that they need. That's what our business is. We are a place where people come to heal, and so we appreciate the invitation to voice our needs, our grievances. Our budget. Administration, advocates, we're almost hitting 400,000 in just our personnel and our employee-related expenses. We're not even covering our employees with benefits like insurance or anything. Our operational costs, the utilities, we have 200-gallon tanks for our shelter during the winter months. We are hitting $20,000 in just propane delivery. We have 3 big buildings, and each building is $400 to $1,200 each a month in electric bills. That's not even including water. We have our supplies, food, office, janitorial supplies. It's a huge expense. We're Anita, vehicles at our shelter. That is one of the biggest needs that we have. We don't have a lot of funding or grants at the federal level that cover vehicle expense. One of the things is like the grant managers don't want to purchase vehicles because at the end they have to get that vehicle back because it was purchased through their office. So they're kind of like the owners of it. So a lot of times vehicles are not eligible expenses or eligible items under their grant. So but we have representatives from Farmington, Gallup, Winslow, all across all areas at the border of the Navajo Nation. Every place that you go to at every border town is at least an hour and a half. And through this pandemic, a lot of places shut down, and that's true for a lot of the mobile advocacy, except for Adobe. They stayed open, and we operated through this whole pandemic. Even through, our own sickness and stuff like that, we still provided the services that we needed. A lot of the other entities, they couldn't, they shut down. They were not available to transport. So we had to do a lot of the transport. But the other thing that happened is telephonic, web-based portals for applications and all of that. And then what we found out our weakness is that we don't have reliable telephone cables within our facility. And then once the capacity is, overburdened with the Frontier or whatever NTOA broadband, everything shut down, and then we couldn't do a whole lot to help anybody, not even ourselves, because the internet's down, the phone's down, and then all the businesses that we need to get to, they're already closed. They couldn't help us even if we went in person. So and then one of the biggest things that we is the homelessness, and that is what we experience. One of the things that is happening is out in the municipalities, these big cities, we have our relatives, our children out there working. When the pandemic hit and all the businesses closed, everybody lost their job and they couldn't find, they didn't have the money to pay for their rent. They lost their homes in the cities, and, it didn't happen to one sibling, it happened to 3 or 4 siblings, and then they come home to the reservation where their parents or grandparents are. And that's where we saw this overcrowding, where this elderly person, we saw it for ourselves. And they come home to these 1 or 2 bedroom houses, if they're lucky. But most homes here on the reservation is probably an octagon or 1-room house. And then all these other people, they came back to it because they have no other place to go. They have no, so it created overcrowding, and that created family violence, people yelling at each other, people hitting each other, people chasing each other out of those houses. And we had referrals, a lot of referrals for homelessness. We helped who we could, but we couldn't take everybody because our shelter was basically, during this whole pandemic, we were more, full most of the time. There was a couple of times, there was a couple of weeks when the stimulus payments were being made that our shelter kind of had one or two people because everybody exited and, their checks are no. But once that money was gone, everything they picked right back up, and we've had people now. We're we're almost to full capacity again at our shelter. So what's up on the Nilkan, and then for the recommendations, systemic that is very true, and that needs to be everything on the Navajo Nation is really fragmented. The help for our victims of violence, the help for them is very fragmented. We do what we can at the shelter with direct services from our advocates. They do the intake, they do goals, they do safety planning. Although if they have medical or court appointments, we start working on it with them. But the number one thing that everybody wants is a home. We turned some people away because they were homeless, but we are a domestic violence shelter. We have certain amount of beds that are available for homelessness, but when they're full, there's other people we can't help. And so the Navajo Nation in their needs to plan for homeless shelters. And then at our own shelter, we need a wing just for men. Our federal funding mandates with the FISPA fund, the Family Violence Prevention Services Act, prevents us from discriminating against men, LGBTQ, elder, and teen dating, and domestic violence, sexual assault, aid. It's a given. We help them. But when we have somebody that is very sensitive, that is just fresh off an SA case, we can't have and stuff like that. So, but we have to do what we can to help, because we do have men that come through our shelter. And one of the things that we noticed is that we did have an increase of men that use the shelter services. And so, in the need, homeless shelters, men's shelters, those are what needs to be added to the Navajo Nation needs. And one of the recommendations is the Navajo Nation doesn't have a coalition of its own. There's no coalition that services just Navajo Nation, and we are a big nation. We have Arizona, we have, different coalitions that help us. But the Navajo Nation really needs to look at establishing its own coalition for domestic and sexual assault, and then bring in the fragmented things from and create a community response. The police, the doctors at IHS, the emergency room, behavioral health. We have so many wounded people that have been hurt, and it just becomes a mental health. Soon they're just out of reach. We can't help them anymore because we lost them. And just think about how many of our victims of violence was walking to court when adult the kid they just disappear from the road wherever that were their last seen from somewhere. Just think how many people were on their way to court, on their way to the doctor's appointment, something, and they just never got seen again. We need to help our relatives. Daughters, it's just not women that are disappearing. So my recommendation is to make a coalition that services the Navajo Nation so we can tap into more federal funding for the domestic violence shelters or people who do services for victims of violence. And then the technical support, I agree with that because our facilities, the phone and the internet is not very strong. And then the community response system. I know it can be created. There's DOJ, there's law enforcement. There's people there that are probably don't have their boots on the ground, have plenty of time to get something put together. So the Navajo Nation needs all the shelters really need another set of wheels. We need help with transportation. We need to find a place to send people who are in need of temporary housing, either transitional housing or homelessness. Some people just need that little help.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackwater, for that presentation and most important, the rundown of the need there, not only at your shelter, but at others as well. With that, colleagues, Ms. Blackwater's presentation is completed. I'll come to the floor now. Is there any comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Crotty, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. I appreciate the presentation, and I think what wasn't clear was, so I just heard transportation. It's my understanding that the shelter needed possibly, and this is just conversations like with Delegate Brown, maybe an infusion of capital improvement funding to assist. I'm not sure if it was an HVAC system. Again, Speaker, these areas are so complex. It's as one delegate trying to keep my finger on the pulse of what's happening. And I appreciate Vice Chair Slater and his assistance with the Oversight Committee. But I think we need to understand, okay, so then what is needed? And actually what I was going to raise is the requirements to not discriminate against those who are victims of violence. And it's actually with this shelter that I was in the work that we're doing with Native Disability Law Center, that there was a gentleman who did not receive services at the shelter, and actually asked, what was his rights as a victim of violence, and how, in his experience, the services that were provided at the shelter. So I think there needs to be accountability on both parts. And that's why this task force, and I want to thank Althea for providing the name. Let me give you the name right now, Speaker. And for all of the advocates who are texting, emailing, and providing your insight, it's invaluable. It's invaluable, especially those who have been in the field working it's invaluable so that we're not reinventing the wheel. Hold on, speaker, because I got to get it from my text. But it was Navajo Nation Advisory Council Against Domestic Violence. And we, in a conversation with Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, they were asking what is the status of the Navajo Nation Women's Commission and their authority under Title II. And so I'd recommend, Speaker, maybe at this point the council re-examine that commission. And I would be happy to sponsor an amendment, and maybe it could be the council that appoints the commission, so that we actually have commissioners to help us, receive these reports, to give us guidance. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to make sure across this Navajo Nation. And there are these coalitions that help. We have one in New Mexico, Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. We have one in Arizona, the Southwest Indigenous Women's Coalition. We have one in Utah, Restoring Ancestral Winds, and they work collectively. Actually, two of them have Navajo executive directors and have a lot of Navajos who are on their staff, and so they do provide support to the nation. We're moving forward with the tribal consultation, the Violence Against Women Act tribal consultation in August. And so the council will be receiving that report, and I've already worked with Ms. Barbara to anticipate that legislation. And the nation also has an opportunity for tribal consultation when it comes to the family violence. And the coalitions are the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center is actually, I'm not looking at my calendar, but in a few days, we're going to have a discussion about how to deal with some of these issues from a federal level. And last week, I was on the Operation, not Operation Lady Justice. There's so many acronyms, but it was the Office of Justice Systems, OJS, and how the BIA Secretary Deb Haaland's new unit for missing persons. There's a lot of intersections on when we talk about violence and what happens and what makes a person either vulnerable or, most importantly, trafficked. What we're finding out is these are not strangers that inflict this violence. These are community members, these are relatives, these are individuals, friends of friends. And so what we want to do in our prevention efforts is to tell that story, and we need more help to have a comprehensive annual report on what's happening in our communities. We've seen some of this from the Human Rights Commission. They have a report on violence against Navajo women, and we've seen a report on from epidemiology when it comes to violence in our communities. We can ask IHS for injury prevention reporting, and we need that information consistently from our Navajo Nation Police Department and criminal investigators and a crime analyst to know then when these crimes are happening, what type of resources are being provided. Last thing I want to mention in terms of when it's coming from the shelters, I would like to know from my colleagues, where are other areas that we could have a shelter here on the Navajo Nation? The other shelters are in our border towns because it's easier to get facilities. But if we can, I think our goal should be at the very least in each agency, they should be trauma-informed, wraparound service, and a way to give, to integrate and give individuals hope and give them a sense of their own worth and give them that chance. So I appreciate the report from Ms. Blackwater, but I would like to see then how we can move forward, and my colleagues who are on the line, how you would want to see a shelter in your agency and how we can support that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As indicated earlier, with many of the questions that are coming out and the broad spectrum that's happening here today, we're gonna probably have a further conversation on this and going together moving forward with the different oversights and asking for a collective individual work session just on maybe even a couple of days on this initiative. I think the recommendations that you had there, I know staff's putting it down to build an agenda on these initiatives and some of the advocacy work that has been completed, and hearing some of those reports, the data reports, the what is probably many recommendations, and putting all that together is something that we can probably put together, and definitely initiatives, immediate changes to some of these commissions that we can do immediately in order for us to have a better formal work flowing work groups, and to build that build those resources so that we know what we need to do in order to change some of these long and routed roads, and build these long and routed roads to better help these shelters and our family members and our community members. So we'll take that into that initiative, Madam Chair, as this is turning into much more than what was recommended. But it's good that we're hearing this, and it's good that we're hearing these to the forefront, especially as this report for domestic violence shelters has never probably been to the Naabik'íyáti committee so far this year, or in the past 3 years under the 24th Nation Council. With that, any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Hello, Yate. This is Delegate Yellow here. Good afternoon.
Oh, on the yellow
there. I would like to commend all those people that are helping their people, the domestic violence shelters. Thank you very much. You're helping the people. It's really hurt when the people hurt each other. You are there with your heart. Yep, Jimmy out here in Seattle. And you know, change after. That's another. Say you're back here in correct in because not trying to get out here and doing your best to have the family get back together as they were. I think by here, so not at the Atida here on the Doya, Doya Shonda. I think that it is car. I don't. Okay, yeah, I want to say thanks to you, all of you that were working with the fighting against domestic violence, helping the people out there, your community out there, so we not to live nice and peace. There's other problems. There's so many problems we have. Too many drugs, alcoholics, things like that. We need to take care of something to help our people. I just want to say a few words to you. Thank you, Speaker Silla, for hosting this meeting. Agendas are very important. Come before the people, and the people live and listening out there to hear. Also, by hating this thing out, Todikudo, Shibra Northern Trees House Shelter, the family across the center, Battery Family Center, to Roberta Place, with an initiate shelter, a Mato Chinaparan, Eba here, so this. That's just my remarks, Speaker. Thank you very much. My colleagues, by Yaskiki, 24 councilmen. Thank you. Go back on mute now.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Brown.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Ayate Speaker, Ado Besh Bahasaan, Ado, Kinanashadash, any Quegi, and Neto Bendash Nashi, Adash, any Shehesh, Shado, Shehen, Kidishni Dole. I know that visiting there, the Twinish shelter with yourself, Miss Blackwater, and your staff, what I want to say and add to this is I know that as Indigenous people and Canada is going through this, and I know that it's going to it might come to the Navajo Nation with just reading and watching the news. There's another layer of historical trauma that is our people are bringing to light, and this is just adding to the hurt that our people are facing together collectively. Finding many of our indigenous children, and they connected to some of the churches that are out there. So, and I hope that we, the shelters directly deal with these traumas, and people are getting angry. And how is this going to play out on the Navajo Nation and the surrounding tribes around us, our relatives that are surrounded us? Is this going to escalate in our area? Do we have a plan to combat this? And Speaker, do we need to send a statement out to our people on where we stand? And it will be a very delicate letter and even a presentation. I know that truth and reconciliation is something that other tribes are working on, but I know it is us as a tribe that we need to work on healing ourselves. A lot of our people have already on that journey of healing, and they have healed, but there's a lot of our people that we're talking about are still struggling, who still need the help and the support. So I like the recommendations that the shelters that service and basically help, or they're saving lives out there on a daily basis, saving children, saving when there is no hope, when they have nowhere to go. Shelters is the only place. There's no other place that they are looking. So a lot of other doors have been closed to the Navajo Nation as far as receiving help, and our people are trying to use the technical support that they have with the limited cell phone reception, the internet services that are out there. So I really like Ms. Blackwater's recommendations on how we can move on some of these initiatives. You've heard firsthand from how our people who are working in these areas, first of all, they're already not there to make a lot of money. They're there basically and putting in long hours. I know that our advocates, our shelter employees are putting in long hours, helping our people, picking them up and taking them to their appointments. So I hope that we support these future initiatives on some of these services that are requested from Ms. Blackwater from Twitter-Nishet Shelter. She talks about the fragmented system and helping our people. And I think this is where we need to continue the conversation and bringing the shelters together, and even hiring someone to facilitate and helping move forward. What are the next steps? I know through Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee and some of the work with Delegate Crotty and the different group that she's meeting with in the college, and they are working on a lot of these, and I think we're at that time where some of these fundings are coming. So my question would be, and I know that these services they gave direct services during COVID, so they are essential workers. I just want to make sure that through the eyes of OMB and the Controller's Office, that as nonprofits, that they are essential workers. They are Navajo employees. They did help our Navajo people, and I just want to make sure that through the guidelines that we all support giving funding as much as possible within the next 3 years when we have these ARPA funds and other funds also. So I'm not sure if there's other meetings if there is a consortium of shelters that are out there who are And then who better know is the shelter employees, directors who deal with these daily frustrations. And I think having them come together and write up the concerns. I'm not sure if it would be a proposal, and eventually, and I think even inviting Diné College or NTU or other universities with the School of Social Work to invite them into these shelters and allow them to write a white paper. And I think this is where a lot of the funders request the data, and especially coming from a accredited university, I think that would be good. I think that will add to the other white paper that are out there, including the white paper on human trafficking. So that really helps, and there is no question on when audits do happen in the future on some of these funds, not just ARPA, but all the funds. So those are some of the ideas that when I'm listening to the presentations, of course, in leadership, you're constantly thinking of what would benefit. I don't want to add to the red tape or add to the limited staff. And I think this is where a response from Ms. Blackwater and how that would look on some of these recommendations. Again, I don't want to add more to their heavy duty work that they have cut out for them every day and to the limited staff that they have. So how can the nation help? And from Navajo Nation Social Services, and this is, I'm glad that Ms. Kishi Neswood as well as Ms. Yazi are on the phone and their team, and they're listening. So, well, what can we change? What can we do differently to help our people? Again, it's the children that are living in these conditions, and how do we really actively support as elected leadership on stopping some of these vicious cycles to our young children to stop and so they don't continue. We are all aware that our people are struggling with different types of substance abuse or domestic violence, and it gets down to suicide. And how do we work on the big prevention piece of this? And I think collectively from the Title 17 side, the law enforcement, the prosecutor, also the other rehabilitation services. I think they're aware of that. So I'm anxious to hear from the presenters on how they see, and I know that you all talk and have a conversation. You communicate on some of your frustrations, and what would be the dream list on how to have leadership move on this to support you. So there is a smooth transition. There is smooth. First of all, would be data collection, and then of course the biggest piece is funding to make sure that you are receiving the funding in a timely manner. We're always talking about that. So I'm glad that there is some sort of remedy that's being worked on. So as council delegates, I'm here on standby on how we can help. And here in Naabik'íyáti, we have the ears of the council. So yeah, thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for that recap and for those specific acknowledgements and possible requests too as well. So I think that collectively adding that information into the future discussion is something that we definitely need to do. So thank you again, Honorable Brown. With that, colleagues, moving back to the floor, is there any other further comments or questions, at least at this time, from Ms. Blackwater? Honorable Eugene So, Good afternoon.
Hey, yeah,
Oh,
you know, I have a question. Jordy, I wonder if all those presenters are there listening. If they all, I would have to say something to all of them. But when some of them didn't got off after they did the report. Okay. One thing, Bantuski, what I always figure is whatever we're discussing today or Naabik'íyáti about is that we need a budget and no, what do they need? What's the numbers? We need numbers so we can push it if they want to push it for them. If we want to advocate for some money, we need the budget. How much? What do we need? What do they need? I would ask for that. I would work with that better than just talking. Another thing is the laws that conflicts. These are funds. These laws that needs to come forward too. What laws are kind of contradicting how people should be funded with from where, we can those are the things that we're here for, so we can change those laws to benefit the people, to put something on the ground and materialize. But Aggie, that's what I usually listen for and look for as I go into these reports. And we all know where the problem is, but we don't really talk about that problem. And we're in a race with crime every day. We're just racing. The more crime, the more money. We ask for more money. We don't really realize what the real problem is. What's the roots of it? The roots of the problem. So that's where I want to look at. To me, I feel that that's where the parenting comes up. So that's where the most of the problem is. About maybe 99.999, etc. % of it comes from there. I'm not talking about every family, but most of these crimes comes from there. So what I'm just case, and then we always talk about where we could shelter these people that are being abused. How about getting rid of the people that are abusing? We're taking these family away from their abuser. We're also taking them away from their siblings and their families and grandmas, grandpas, or whatever, their livelihood, their land issue, etc. So I don't know why we're going through the opposite way. We need to get rid of the people that are abusing instead of trying to get our family off the reservation. Seems that it costs more that way. We should cost less if we just get rid of the person that's abusing, put him in jail, make some kind of agreement with the county or the state or the federal. So what about this case? So we can talk all we want and all day if we want to, but we know all where the problem is. To me, I feel that I want a budget and I want what laws need to be changed, and I need something put like yesterday or 2 days ago on parenting. We need to all gain up on that. Really do something with regards to that. If we're going to see something better in the future. Otherwise, we're just in a race. More crime, more money. More crime, more money. That's all we're doing. We're in a race with crime. That's how I see it. But so, Evan, I hope every one of those people that are reporting or listening, and that's my say from here. I need some money. I need some changes. But that's what I want. I'll push it. That's Speaker should say. Thank you.
thank you very much. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. While I was reviewing my notes, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues and the participation, I agree we should have some type of number on supporting until the deadline is December 2024 to encumber, December 2026 to finalize or completely have the projects in place. So what would that look like if we're thinking about a 3-year funding cycle? And I also want to say, Speaker, and I did ask a lot. I think, and especially as we do the budget process, and as a former executive director of the Net Policy Institute, we should be looking at our tribal colleges to help us gather and collect and synthesize this information. They do not have the same constraints that the government does when it comes to like grant management or hiring. And I think if the council, a remedy could be continuing to designate some of these entities to assist the nation and possibly go after the grant funding that at this time we do not have the capacity to meet. So in knowing and being familiar with the establishment of the Net Policy Institute, it is, the speaker does have, I don't want to say the authority, but the speaker's office can request from the Net Policy Institute to start looking at different areas of study and recommendations for policy reform. So I think that would be good to know from the council what areas of policy reform that we need. I know we're looking at Title 17. We may have to look at like the Children's Code. I heard Delegate So mention parenting. And so there might be policy areas that we need to focus in on, but most importantly, I would say what is data, so that we could do some data decision-making, implementation, and so that we're accountable. And we are working on the DNET action plan. So I want to thank your office for helping, assisting, and that will address this coordinated effort with the 3 branches to address violence in our communities, substance abuse, and suicide prevention. So I wanted to offer that as a solution. Speakers, I realize that this has become more a complicated issue, and we would need the help from our higher institutions to help gather, synthesize, and provide recommendations. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for those further recommendations as we are taking notes to help assist and plan out this huge initiative as it's turning into right now, and something that I think that needs to be on one of the priorities that we have to look at over the next couple of months in order to take action on this. So thank you. Honorable Alma Begay, floor is yours. And then I'm going to go back to Ms. Blackwater if there's anything else. Honorable Alma Begay.
Yeah, Speaker, Chair, other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, other Ms. Blackwater, JD Nest Ejthopa Hanslo, Torichin Bashishin, Sitnachin Deshichi, Ashi Bashimaleko, Yat representing Dalcon Tisto in the Wells Fargo in Giswick. Yat other around Hinan Staff and Edo, Yat the behind the Bohonet now. Around the Hashin Soko J in Tarkis. Wasn't so na it's no jot of the behind these legal. Around Yat Ishin so Hinan Denison. A young that she did in he had lost in other Hinan State ego. Other she hasn't so cut over. So you see, it isn't so good that they are a bunch of cases legal. But you can't, okay, and he didn't need all this. Out of it, and then she article. I think, Speaker, regarding the how, to move on, I'm not sure how many, my sister, Delegate Crowdy mentioned that there's some coalition that are still in existence in Naabik'íyáti city. So I'm not sure how many Navajo Nation coalitions that are there, or maybe they were there before, maybe as a pandemic or before that, that they maybe they kind of phase out. Maybe they're still there. Maybe they need help. Maybe how can we maybe help them out to start their initiative on this to help the people that are victim of the domestic violence. Maybe we can look into that. Maybe we can ask if they need help. I think that's the only that programs or volunteering, and also there's programs that are out there that are actually dealing with this domestic violence, which the Navajo Nation program and government cannot really do much. So I think we need to help them out how we can do that. So that'll be my first question: is how many is there existent, and how many was there maybe before that? How many are phasing out, or they're no longer there? So that's my first question. My second question is, I know that there was there was a Delegate Crowley and then some others. We worked on a program trying to deal with that Department of Health under the Navajo Health Education and then also Behavioral Health, regarding a plan called the Plan Action, DPA. I think it was out there. I'm not sure how far they're at. It's supposed to, it's regarding parenting, and then it's regarding the puberty ceremony for boys. So recently, which is about 2 weeks ago, we had a first time a boys' puberty ceremony here within my family. It's our first boy that we have within my brothers. So we had that ceremony, but throughout, that there's a lot of teaching. What we're talking about parenting is more about awareness of being a male and how the treatment you should have. It's all there. So it was in this the one that I'm mentioning about the NEP action plan. It was all written in there. I'm not sure when it's going to be out there to be used to these programs or to be utilized. So I'm not sure how far that plan is at. So maybe we can ask and Navajo Health Education see where this plan is at. So I just mentioned that, Speaker. Maybe we could have somebody to mention see where it's at. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Ms. Blackwater at this time. Ms. Blackwater?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, so the response that I have to the first one with the coalition is there. Yes, there is a lot of coalitions that help Navajo, but there's not a coalition that's specifically Navajo. We have the Southwest Indigenous Coalition that we have been working with. There's Navajo, or the Hopi Coalition, and we do a lot of trainings with them, and then we are partnering with them through our shelter this physical year with through the state of Arizona, and their physical year ends on the 30th of this month. We're going to be, this coming new year, we're going to be working a lot with the Hopi Coalition and providing training and other stuff through them in partnership with them with our shelter. But the recommendation that I made was we need a Navajo coalition, because coalitions can access federal funding in addition to what the tribe can do. There's another avenue for funding for domestic violence shelters on the Navajo reservation through the coalition. So a Navajo specific coalition, there's no a recommendation ishla. One thing, write down Mr. Gay, in prior comments, he had a concern about the prosecution. Well, the Navajo Nation as a whole, it has to be directed from the powers that be, and you guys are in position to effectuate changes. You can direct. All these years. But below the IHS, the prosecutor's office, the court, that's just how they are. And are advocates. When we're trying to help our clients or our residents, we can't go to the police station and get a police report for them. It has to be the client that requests it. When we have somebody in a mental health crisis, a mental health emergency, we are not put up at the front of the line in the IHS. Our clients have to go through triage. They have to be seen and wait in the waiting room. They're freaking out, and we're sitting there trying to help them, calm them so they can get the services that they need. More than half of the time, we just end up taking them out of the emergency room and taking them back to the shelter. They don't get the help that they need. We do what we can to help them with webinars, YouTube, something to help them kind of navigate and calm down. That's what I'm saying. When somebody is wounded, when you have an open wound or a sore, it's going to take time for your body to heal. It clots. It starts to heal. It pusses and then it scars. There's a process to it. And when somebody is mentally wounded by violence, it takes time too. And then we have to help gather all their documents. And sometimes they run away with nothing, with just the clothes on their back. They don't even have a driver's license. And when we're trying to help them apply for food stamps, where's your ID? Where's this? Where's that? No. Our system is made up to re-traumatize our victims. It's not made up to where there's no shortcut just because you're a victim, And every single place that they go to, they have to recount what happened to them. Pretty soon, they start thinking that it was all their fault. And when you're thinking about systematic changes, there has to be a coordinated community effort, a coordinated effort from the top down. That there has to be some direction, and for the police to be directed to work with IHS, to where there's the processes are streamlined for victims of violence. Because you're just turning them in the fire, and they're going through it every single time they go somewhere for help. The only way, when we do intake, we have to ask them all these things. Do they qualify? Did you go through domestic violence? Or, sometimes, it should be because all we're doing is re-traumatizing. All we're doing is putting it on repeat. So when you're talking about systematic changes, it has to change at all the levels that victims have to go through. If there is IHS, we need to have somebody come and say, you know what, we're coming from the shelter. We have a mental health crisis. Can somebody meet us out back? And then let them go through, because sometimes they need medication to calm down. And we don't have that. So when you're thinking about systematic change, and it is a lot, but it just comes down to, biological and metabolic systems that we do. Just from being not to being hurt, your body responds in a way because you are wounded. The shelters, we need more of that on the reservation. Chapter there's so many. We're in a food forest or food desert, and domestic violence advocacy. We are just a handful on the reservation. Navajo Nation Department of Social Services has a handful. Every shelter is a handful. And we are, there's so much pain and hopelessness out here. We're doing what we can to help, but we can only help those people that come through our doors. A lot of times they don't want to tell about it again. They don't want to tell another person what happened to them. So the systematic changes, that's where it needs to start, is from the top down. Direct all these different places to work with each other to help our victims and help our relatives. Pandemic no the net we witnessed it, but we were so desanitized that we didn't even take it into account how personal it was. People were desperate for water. The offices, the water points were closed. Here in Denahoto, they made it 3 cents a gallon. For me to get 600 gallons of water, I pay $20 every time I have to haul water. And the offices were only allowed like 2 or 3 days out of the week to haul water. Seeing people, people got so and we couldn't go anywhere. And I don't know, but we became desperate. We really went through desperate times. Maybe some people to a little, but some people, they experience everything. They're like maybe 3 or 4 family members short from last year this time. So, and everything was exacerbated. The violence just, I don't know. But anyway, I'm too emotional right now.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Blackwater, for that and those initiatives on that, and more importantly, the testimony that you're bringing to the table. So that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other comments or questions at this time specifically for Ms. Blackwater and her team members?
Speaker, the delegate again.
Almost.
Speaker, this is Emily with Battered Family Services. I could provide some responses to some of the questions that were put up if it.
Can you hear me? Staff, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Okay, great. Sorry, my laptop died and I'm back on. So I heard I got text message saying Honorable Elmer Brigay, you had a question. Let me go to you, Honorable Elmer Brigay, and then I'll come back to Miss Ellison. Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay. If not, then let me just go back to Miss Ellison at this time for further response.
Thank you for the opportunity. So, to Council Delegate Eugene So, most of us DV agencies that are incorporated with the state, we get federal funding, so we're mandated to manage our data, and we're given a database. And so we provide those data information to our funders on a monthly and quarterly basis. For our agency, we help between 26 to 30 people per month. And in a given year, that averages out to 300 to 500 people in a year. Again, there's fluctuations. But in terms of bed nights and that shelter nights for these individuals, it's always in excess of 5,000 shelter nights a year, or bed nights a year. So if you are wishing to get data from us that are incorporated with the state, we can easily provide that data for you. There are also other organizations that do provide annual data reports, and one of them is the New Mexico Intimate Partner Violence Death Review Team. And so what I can do is scan the copy that I have and give this information to the speaker's staff. There's also another report that is submitted on an annual basis, and that's called the Caponera Report. And what that does is it breaks down all the violence that has taken place within New Mexico based on the counties. And I can also provide that information. So with the New Mexico Intimate Partner Violence Death Review Team recommendation for annual report 2020, for instance, one of the recommendations under tribal police policies and services is, and this was a subcommittee titled Native American Community, recommends that tribal courts collaborate with accessible behavioral health service providers and local, state, and federal probation parole officers to offer culturally appropriate and trauma-informed behavioral health treatment and follow-up to offenders. And so within this pamphlet, there's several recommendations that they provide for legislating, law enforcement, victim services, mental, medical, and behavioral health care services, for probation and parole. And so for instance, one of the recommendations they're making to the New Mexico State Legislature is to strengthen the ability of law enforcement to arrest domestic violence perpetrators and those who violate domestic violence protection orders when probable cause has been established, even when the alleged perpetrator has left the scene and a warrant is necessary. So when a person commits a crime of domestic violence and they flee the site, usually that's the end. But if there's ability to put out a bench warrant for that person, so the next time they interact with the police departments, they'll have that person identified. And there's also a need for collaboration between the city police here in Gallup, Navajo police, and the state police, because the perpetrators, it'll happen when they're here in the Gallup area, and once the incident happens, they flee back to their home communities, which is out of the jurisdiction of the police, and there's no follow-up. So that's just the recommendation that I wanted to bring up. And in terms of parenting, again, as Native people, we've experienced historical trauma. There's a lot of violence that takes place among tribal communities, and some of those were perpetrated by the U.S. government in terms of land, and as Delegate Nathaniel Brown shared about the boarding school situation. So maybe incorporating parenting classes into local school curriculums, particularly with the BIE schools, would be helpful. So those are just a few of my thoughts, and I'll get these documents over to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellison, for that response. And we'll as soon as you get that, assess that and make sure that the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee members do get that information. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? We still have one more organization that needs to present to as well. If there's none, let's go. Do we have anybody online for our last presenters from Amato Alchina Bagan? You might have to press *6. I know they did confirm with staff saying they'd be on the line. *6. Anybody on from Amato Alchina Bagan shelter? Staff, you want to reach out to them?
While Adabi's getting on the line, this is Carmelia. I just want to say thank you, council, speaker, staff, all our relatives that are listening, Navajo Nation staff that help us with our funding. On behalf of everybody that we helped, your relatives, for inviting us, for letting us voice our grievances and everything. And it would be so nice to get the Blanding shelter up. It would be so helpful for our Utah relatives to have that for to help. That's it. My battery is at 1%, so if you don't hear from me, I need to find a charger.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Blackwater.
I'm so sorry. I apologize, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council members, and the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Okay, thank you so much. Yananat Eshe Yala Reno Hallwood in Shia, Ado Twihatlin in Shlom, my Dishkishni, Bashichin, Namani Dashichi, Aina Dashanala, I don't say it, but that, Inland House Ado Eya, Ado Nasha. So Kodo Eya, Nija Hastito Lesh, Ado Shia, Kodan Hadahosh Agi. This year, 2020, was an unlikely any year in Adabi's history. COVID created universal uncertainty and increased stress, anxiety, and worry that impacted individuals, families, and entire communities across the Navajo Nation and the world. It also created the need to change how everyday Adabi business was conducted. Adabi staff have been working in spite of the pandemic and have been open ever since, the other programs have been closed, and so we have a staff of 7. Since January, we have approximately assisted 140 victims. We have approximately assisted 140 victims with 256 children. Adabi's needs here in the Chumli area is a shelter. Someone just mentioned, I think it was Honorable Chairwoman expressed that we need a shelter somewhere. And this Chumli is the heart of the Navajo Nation. And we need a shelter or tiny houses. For example, a 16 by 20 is around 18,000 to 20,000. And Adabi serves the 16 chapters of the Navajo Nation. And some of these victims, they are employed and cannot leave the Chumli area. We had a victim that was just hired a week ago, and she didn't want to leave, and she had 5 children, and she didn't want to leave the Chumli area because she was employed. So, and then another need is funds for building maintenance. For example, one side of our AC units are not working. Our heater needs to be repaired. We had to purchase small heaters just to put them in the other building where we don't have the heater working because we don't receive any funds for maintenance repairs. Although and Adabi, I prefer an SUV with an OnStar, which is approximately about $26,000 to $30,000 per vehicle. So when the advocates go out into the communities, to Black Mesa, to Hard Rock, to Wheatfields, they can assist the victims in filling out protection orders, victim compensation, especially if they are quarantined, and for those that do not have internet services. Most of the times, my advocates are transporting their own vehicles to other shelters or for forensic interviews for FBI's to Flagstaff and Gallup. And being an advocate, doing this work, is not an 8 to 5 job. No, sometimes I respond to a family at 2:30 in the morning, the emergency room. I return home until 4:30 in the morning, and I'm still here at work at 8 o'clock. I've been here as of June 5th for 24 years without no benefits, without no retirement fund. And that's what we do, helping our moms, our aunties, our nieces, our uncles, for the Navajo Nation, for our next generation. You know, maintaining staff's wellness is a priority and one that weighs heavily on my mind because staff have lost a loved one from home due to COVID. They themselves or someone in the household has contracted the virus. For example, one staff story. She was taking care of her mom and she didn't know her mom was positive. So her mom ended up in the hospital and I had to quarantine her. And then she lost of her mom's services. She was sick. She went in to get tested and she was positive again. That meant she had to be quarantined again. Weeks later, she comes back to work and a family is dropped off by social services. And the social worker knew this family, the mom and the daughter, was sick. My staff transported them to the hospital, and on their way to the shelter, she was called and she was informed that the mom and the daughter were both positive. So she had to be quarantined again. So those are things that we face as advocates. We are in the trenches every day. And my staff are vaccinated. And that, in closing, I would like to say that the shelters, we did not receive any CARES Act funding. So I'm hoping that we are assisted with the ARPA funds that's going to be coming. I know someone mentioned in the Greasewood and other areas. I don't see Winslow Shelter, Alice's place, Teresa, on the agenda. She covers Belcon, Greasewood, and that area. So I don't know if Teresa is on the line. But I know this was brief, but I want to say thank you to everyone that's on the call, that's listening, and for the honorable council delegates that have been supportive through this difficult time that the shelters have faced. No matter what, we were still here. We still had our doors open because we knew that we're being abused, especially with the pandemic, where the victims were hostages in their own homes because they were quarantined and they could not leave and they could not get help. So, every day you hear on the radio, in the newspaper, on the news, that someone was battered again, someone was raped again. So these things happen on a daily basis, and that shelters are in need of funding. The shelters are in need of more advocates. This all not mean that, my staff, they transport in their own vehicles. Now, one day to take a family to Flagstaff is a one-day trip. Sometimes they don't come back until 9 o'clock at night. was adult Naabik'íyáti, who assists any victim of domestic violence, family violence, auto homeless, Andi, who are you? Other Yajikani, a major passes to Antigo. They come over with no shoes. Hold on, here's a pair of shoes, here's personal hygiene items, here's a mask. You know, they no hygiene, I got shape card, you know, ko a long called the she's not do a called Dashnisto, Nika, Jashin Kodo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that testimony too, as well, from Adabi and from your team members and everything that you guys have gone through. We thank you for that. But most importantly, we look to continue advocacy, and that's why we're here today to see what is needed. And there was the reason why you're probably not hearing from any other resources is that we did send out notices to them, but we didn't get a response back. But we definitely will continue to reach out to other shelters as well throughout the process here. The other initiative that was announced was that there was no assistance from CARES funds. That's the reason why we're here today, to see what kind of assistance could possibly be provided. But as you know, there's always guidelines to everything federal funding wise, but we didn't receive anything specifically from Adabi as a request. That's the reason why I gave you this time to express what was actually needed there. But if you do have that proposal, Ms. Howard, and you're more than welcome to present that back to the speaker's office. I do have Mr. Tommy Sosi who will be reaching out to you to help assist and possibly take that information as soon as you can get that ready in order for us to go ahead and move forward with that. I hope in the discussion today, also, Ms. Howard, just to interest some of your concerns, is that it seems like this was more of a questions or was looking forward to being a discussion item of what each one of these organizations that are helping the Navajo people out could possibly use some federal funds or some funds that the Navajo Nation receives in order for us to help assist through these ARPA or America Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funds. Now, it seems like this has grown into a more a unity movement by recommendations from my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee to really help guide some of the changes that need to happen and some of the recommendations that need to come forth, whether they be in our judicial system or executive approach. But that will all start in the legislative side. So that's the reason why we're having these discussions. So again, thank you very much for that testimony here before us today at the Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, colleagues, are there any comments or questions, I guess, right now from Ms. Howard and Adabi? And I can go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Colleagues, floor's open.
Hey, Eugene So.
Eugene So, go ahead, floor's yours.
Yeah, no, it's check. You know, I cost the jolly, I don't say not of tea. Oh, a common sack. Did combine it any? I need Zat ahi aishi pahitol nendo pain nas ahal sa bin dasi khai. The color the khai panil ingot an shit an shit. And o Solana so yan is so some kan le hasni. Na chico chihi the chico banji ta. In there. So eight so all the people out there, so eight Arab is just cheaper. So eight Arab is just case. Each only has only I pay na hot I need a RCA go a been on the story at na pa or ni pa or ni a see in but because of need in need it all hold you down. All the A which is sun, it all listen for the rain. It she not so something sauce. We need to come speak to you actually. There's no other than high car or many hard thing that has will advocate for that. It is the call the I need a deep or young shit the English the snow any has the ask for the keep a car. Crack it bounces case. Reason why I think on that issue is why that's my question. Why is it like that? Why? Or there's a lot of younger generation don't really listen to the elders no more. Why? What's the problem? That's what I want to see. What the issue? What are the laws that we can use? Is there any rules that we can use? We straight all this usual no. But then also it is nicht. The crack issue. The creature has on that is not on the council floor. Sometimes I feel that us council are very affable. I need a bend el call bend these machines all there. Not what you on the floor about this case. I still got some more though. So I would really like to help the situation there because I need in the hot east hasn't even that edition. Bonus and even that edition. Another thing that's really is in the way is the oversight committee. Most of the Chinle area is under the Resource and Development Committee and the Health and Education Human Service Committee. You see, they indicate the president of those oversight. They put them up there high. Everything that he caught was no, not just. So when they ask for oversight, it's just under the Health and Education or the Resource Development Committee. I'm under the Law and Order. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. Sometimes in my own backyard or front yard. So that's a big issue that we have. It can be. But that will come to play. It is what that's all in the hot it all ye. Every council packet has an issue within their chapter. And they can resolve it if we can resolve something over here on the council too. Some of our regulations, some of bylaws, rules. Those are some of the issues that we can change or apply. But because others are on this hold on. Need we want to have that authority as a council delegate. Others, we don't have it. So I'm not a chair or vice chair of any oversight. I don't know what I am. It hurts me because I'm elected from a big nation, a big chapter the second biggest voters registration. Okay, I don't know. So somehow somebody has to see it. This is not the right way. We're violating the people's rights. So Didi Kong by Nate I showed him work with my LDA, and I sent her something, whatever she's going to ask. Let's get something together and let's get something going for whatever we can get out of the council here. In the meantime, 8 items this case, I need the all across the Navajo Nation. To identify where it's coming from. That's where I'm looking at. I really want to look at where is it coming from. In such a case, what was the greatest Tucson in the Chinatown, they were psychiatrists, they were doctors, all kinds of all sorts. But I love on these that I cut on the street and they are the I down with better than it on that meant that Chino be on that card and how Chino not Chino be so with natural resource and also how to be no more being mature in your emotional part of your life. What are you on to so you'll have to change it. So you'll ask what such as other. It or that will be other. That means you don't want you to grow up with those kind of emotional immaturity. That's how it was. But now I'm trying to figure out where this thing is coming from. Why are we hitting our spouse? And then to make it worse, sometimes when they used to come to me, when I used to speak with them, they used to say, how come you're with him again? But you know what? I ought to show, oh, that was love, nothing this. And you go, well, you're not, yeah, that was all part of love. So no, that's not that you know, out of a case, you can not, it's like a merry-go-round. I didn't know start and not. So it's always figure where do we stop at where does it came from? Let's go to where it came from and let's start working in that area. And to me, that's parenting, starting with me. We need to know more about parenting. So I need, I'm just saying that to me, that's where the problem is. Has twee son is gedaan aan niende, ga de shinle aan shin in, naga shin in not dot aan niende. I reckon that's where we are now. So where do we change it? How do we change it? And that's where the social service and all these educated psychiatrists, etc., needs to come in and start dissecting what the problem is and start putting some numbers on them, some data, and find out if it is really true that we don't parent our kids right. But right now, these young kids are having kids. They don't really know anything about kids, but they're having kids. Goes on, it's going to get worse. That's why I always say we're in a competition with the crime and with funds. The more crime, we're asking more funds. We just keep on going, more fences, more board up doors and windows. Now we're buying weapons. That's where we're headed. So we need to stop it somewhere. If we all want to stop something. And that's, to me, that's where it is, parenting. I don't understand. That's my personal observation of the Navajo Nation and across the United States and across and around the world. We don't know how to be an adult no more. It starts with me. Hey, Haggy, that's all. I'm there, Lorena, if you want help, but I'm already going to be helping right now. Let's get something done on that. And pretty sure we can bring that, whatever shelter we can bring to the center of the Navajo Nation. We need to start doing that. Thank you. And I'm sorry for whatever I say to somebody that might offend them. But this is how I feel. And like I said, it starts with me. Because I've been there. I've been hit. And my glass has been broken on me. A lot of things has happened to me. To share, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So, that colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Speaker. Though, committee members, and then the listening audience, although the presenters also. These work sessions that we're doing today, as y'all know, there's other work sessions also going on at the same time as we speak here. So some of us are multitasking. At the end, I'd like to make some comments in reference to the subject that we're focused on here with the Naabik'íyáti work session. So this is Thomas Walker from Western Agency. I represent Loop, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs, Cameron, and Coal Mine chapters, five chapters out here, southwest portion of the Navajo Nation. So I'd like to speak to the border town situations, of Navajo individuals, Navajo families that choose to live in border towns, Winslow, Flagstaff, Page, Holbrook, by choice because of education opportunities or employment. And of course, there are relocatees as a result of the Navajo Hopi land settlement of 1974. Because of that law, families were displaced, they were relocated, and therefore they continue to reside on off-reservation communities. And then, of course, some by choice. And then there are some that are out there with addictions due to violence of sorts. Even various types of addiction that cause people to become displaced or become homeless or unsheltered and disassociated from their communities and families and loved ones. So they choose, the path in that way, following the addictions, and then they become subject to violence and mistreatment and racism and sorts of other social ills and social violences. Those are realities every day. And being a delegate that represents communities that are located out here along the border communities, so we ourselves are border communities, and we have, next, seems like just next door are these towns and cities. As far as the domestic violence situation and then the need for protection and sheltering, on the nation and then off the nation. So I want to focus a little bit on off the nation, Nikki. I don't have the data, the statistics, the numbers, or names of organizations and shelters, but I do know there's a lot going on out here. I recently had meetings with City of Flagstaff, some of the local nonprofits that provide safety, shelter protection services to our Navajo citizens, including other native people. And the numbers they gave me for one shelter, they said 65% of their clients, those that they help, are Navajo. And others are, another number, 30-something% are natives. then the smaller non-natives, smaller number. So Ada, how does this ARPA opportunity, how will that follow Navajo people off reservation who need services of these sorts that we're talking about here today? That's a question. It's not, I know it would take research and it would take those that are very involved in providing services or having these relationships with service providers to answer that or to begin answering. I just want to put that out there, Shananta, Speaker, though, colleagues of the council. Those are situations, and I think there is a call for help, call for assistance, call for attention from some of these organizations. I am almost reluctant to say, well, they can, approach Navajo Nation's leadership, because what we're talking about here is lack of funding, lack of resources for the services, the organizations that do provide services to our Navajo specific clientele. So you focus off reservation, then you're opening the door to other possibilities that we that are beyond our control or help. So, Shananta, Speaker, though, colleagues, so it's not a question to really anyone, but that I want to put that out there. And if someone can, if anyone cares to speak to it with some degree of willingness to help or recommendations, I'm open to that. I will continue to have these discussions with off-reservation nonprofits that do sheltering, either law enforcement agencies or healthcare providers that help our people that live in these communities. On the nation, that's what we're talking about, and I think as leaders we all should hold dear, to our people, especially the ones that are vulnerable to harm, that can't fend for themselves. I know that Shamaya, one of our esteemed leaders here, Ms. Amber Crotty, there are other delegates that choose to vocalize this constantly as a reminder, that we're here for our people, maybe especially those that need that kind of help, that are victimized. Fantastic, Speaker. My comments for now, and I appreciate the discussion here, the focus, and then allowing me time to speak.
Thank you very much, Vice Walker. Thank you for those that requests, and we'll do is have staff meet up and try to get that back to you as soon as possible in a written format in order for us to go ahead and answer some of those, particularly those questions that you had. And then the other initiatives, the recommendations, as we put the bigger picture work session together around changing responsibilities, changing actions, making recommendations to the different areas of interest that'll be discussed. So with that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Hey. There's no other comments or questions, colleagues. Let me go back to Ms. Howard, any closing remarks from Adobe? You might have to press *6. Ms. Howard from Adobe, the floor is yours. At this time, I guess, Ms. Howard, you there?
Speaker, this is Emily with Battered Families. Ms. Hallwood's having some communication issues, so I'm trying to get her on the line again so we can get connected. You just give me a second and see what her response will be.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. While we're waiting for Lorraine to join us, may I ask another question?
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And understanding that the three branch met last week, and I know that our focus here is for ARPA funding, but I also think in terms of how we provide financial support is, as I mentioned in the past, is the data. And so I've been reviewing the judicial branch data that's online on their website, and they do break it down by judicial district, so every delegate can have their legislative district assistant pull this up and review. But what I'm concerned about when it comes to domestic violence cases, there is a low percentage across the board in each district when it comes to domestic violence. And the reason why I want to raise this is I think we should have a conversation with Madam Chief Justice about these numbers. We were just focusing on Chinle and Adobe's service area, and I'm looking at the cases that were brought forward, and I just need to know, I think I'd need to know a little bit more about these percentages that are, you know, understanding, okay, when it says brought forward, what does that mean? Filed, the caseload, and then closed cases, and then what's pending. It looks, I'm not exactly sure, and making sure that these cases are going through. And there's also an issue that we'll need the council to address. There was a resolution passed, I believe it was the 20th council, on a data agreement. And there is a federal database called the Tribal Access Program. And the Navajo Nation is part of the pilot, or is a nation that's part of the pilot program. And that's where we input all of our information into this database. Now since that agreement, the judicial branch has passed a resolution and has opted out of inputting that information, and that information would be protection orders. And so right now we do not input those protection orders. So Marcia Good, who directs that program and also directs Operation Lady Justice, has offered to train the council on what this database can do, how it can help, because there's federal laws that when there is one protection order, let's say in tribal court, that outside entities must also, that's a valid whether they go to Durango, whether they're going shopping in Farmington, that individual is protected, but we need to be inputting in that information. So I'm going to forward that request for training to your staff. And I think that would be very helpful, because if judicial branch opted out because of language on who inputs that information, then I think leadership, we need to solve this issue so that it can also help, as some of the shelters have brought up issues, when it comes to either law enforcement or enforcing these protection orders. And I think as a nation, we have to look at what is our response when they're Navajo Nation employees who are committing these crimes in their household. I know that we've looked at law enforcement officers, so I appreciate Chief Francisco in taking, these assault cases very seriously when it comes to officers, and then making sure that there's integrity. But we also should make sure that individuals who are providing direct services do not have, like, let's say, a history of, they could be habitual offenders themselves. And that's part of the healing process, is to make sure that they may be suited in a different area where they're not re-victimizing, the employees or other individuals. Thank you, Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker, we've got Ms. Howard on the phone now.
Hello?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. And with those initiatives on there, I look forward to putting together that discussion, those items, especially with some of these important things that are coming out today. An important, I think, more of a opening up of and peeling back each and every initiative and trying to identify what we need to do collectively, need to in planning a work session around this is something that's it's going to take not only the legislative branch, but as you did indicate, the judicial and then also executive as well, Madam Chair. So thank you for that. Ms. Howard, are you back on the line right now? Not, colleagues, thank you very much, everyone, for being on the line. And most importantly, thank you very much to all the shelters. Thank you to Shiprock and Ms. Trudy for your testimony, but also the initiatives that you're looking towards and trying to identify and really want to bring to light. With the Family Crisis Center too, nearby there in Farmington with Ms. Cole, I think we'll definitely do a follow-up as to the recommendations that are presented, and then also reaching back out to as well to the Battered Family Center out in Gallup with Miss Ellison and her team members. Thank you very much for the presentation, but most importantly, thank you for the efforts too as well and the responses today that has helped. It will further guide policy changes and initiatives that will take place, and definitely invite you back to the work session that's going to be coming forth from this overall presentation recommendation of this work session. With that, also to um, individuals that presented from Roberta's Place out in Grants, thank you very much. And also Ms. Blockwater, your testimony and understanding and more of a rhythmic teachings of what is and goes on a daily basis within the shelters and the trials and tribulations and also the rewards and benefits that help assist our Navajo families across the nation as well. To us, and then Ms. Howard putting together at the end some of the recommendations on what needs to be done and also what you're doing as well on a daily basis. I think with the questions that we had coming forth, not only from the Navajo Nation, my colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members, but from yourselves, having this discussion is one, it's bringing up plethora of information that we need to share as well with other members of our Naabik'íyáti committee, who please don't take this as just them just missing the meeting today. They do have other important committee meetings too as well that they're attending us today. But we just wanted to make sure that we had this information in hindsight. Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, and everyone on the phone, just thank you for being with us, and we'll be looking out to gathering that information. Mr. Tommy Sosi will be reaching out to you, and thank you very much for your guidance, colleagues, and thank you very much for the staff from the executive branch for being on the line too as well. Most importantly, as a follow-up. So what we'll be looking at in the future is really trying to identify a work session that gears towards not only some of the recommendations that need some change within our Navajo Nation code, but also relative change on the advocacy level that needs to be done not only internally within the nation, but most importantly, externally, the teachings that's being done. This can be done not only through what we need to do to appropriate some funds, but also appropriate time and work management into these efforts. So we will be reaching out to everyone again to have these roundtable discussions and possibly even more of these initiative hearings to know what we need to do to change some of these internal processes for the nation, at least know how we can benefit better for the Navajo people. So again, thank you to everyone for being on the line today. So with that, colleagues, this goes on down to the end of our work session. I know that we will be reaching out. I know some of you have have recommended that you will be turning in documents. We will be emailing information out to where you can turn that back in from our Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazi, and Mr. Tommy Sosi, who will follow up on that. So as soon as you get that information, it'll be the better so that we know what we need to do in order to help assist your organizations at the end of the day. So again, thank you to everyone for being on the line today. And thank you, colleagues, for being in here too as well. Yeah.
Going over your chair.
Oh, Lorna, everyone, thank you very much for being a part of the discussion.